Hello, my name is Billy from Free Sound Music. We are so happy that we jumped over 3,000 subscribers. Thank you for your trust and your support. We want to celebrate our success with a free giveaway. You will get the music you hear in the background for free, including your personalized premium license. All you have to do, visit our website freesoundmusic.eu, choose the tab Premium License, fill in the form with your name and address. We need it to personalize your premium license. Link to this video. You have to choose a payment method, but we will not charge you anything. Choose PayPal. Please type into the message box 3000. We will prepare your personal premium license and the download link to this uncompressed audio file of this ragtime track in maximum 48 hours. All the best, have a great time on YouTube. And now let's listen to the entire song.
Bem-vindo ao PSV.
I loved being at Brazil, Silicon Valley, and we're seeing the talent meeting the big ideas, the big problems, and solutions at scale.
O dia hoje foi um dia incrível, com muita troca, com muito conteúdo, uma qualificação enorme dos participantes aqui, que só mostram a força desse ecossistema que o Brasil está construindo de inovação, de empreendedorismo, tecnologia, que é tão importante, né, para o desenvolvimento e para o aprimoramento do nosso país.
Good morning, BSV. So, did everyone survive all the happy hours? Probably not everyone, right? Today, it will be a long day and very interesting day. So, it's hard to believe that we got to the final day of the panels of BSV 2026, but not the final days of BSV, because this year we innovate. We are also a startup here. We have the experience this year. So hope you have registered yourselves to the 2 more days of experience. We are going to have tomorrow the tour to Berkeley and the masterclass. We are going to have the masterclass at Stanford, the visit at Google, and on Friday, we are going to close with the visit at Apple. And, you know, it feels like it was yesterday that we kicked things off, right? We were in the first meeting, recruiting the volunteers, the students, talking about the topics, the participants, the speakers. A lot was going on in the last year in order to organize BSV 2026. And over the past days, we have exchanged ideas, challenged assumptions, and immerse ourselves in one of the most innovative ecosystems in the world. And it feels like it's a lot to explore. So yesterday, I took notes of some lessons, powerful lessons of our speakers. So let's go through them. Use Brazil as a stepping stone to go global. Solve real problems. Selling AI as a replacement for humans is a losing proposition. People want to remain relevant. You should have genuine passion for your company's product. Don't get discouraged. Don't give up early. 11 sessions yesterday, countless conversations. But enough looking back, so I will hand over to Bruno to go through today's agenda.
All right, thank you, Larissa. Good morning, Brazil, Silicon Valley, welcome. Hope everyone got enough sleep. We have an incredible day ahead. And you know, every year we try to think to ourselves, what will actually make the 16 to 20 plus hours from Brazil to Silicon Valley worth it, right? In terms of content. And the good news is we have incredible lineup ahead today. So Scott Brady will kick us off by tackling what's actually next in AI. Next, we have João Moura from Crew AI, who will then challenge everything you think you know about Brazil's infrastructure opportunity. We have Sidney Levy and Astra Teller from X, the Moonshot Factory, who will push us to think about what governments need to do and stop doing to let innovation thrive. Then Mike Krieger will take us from building Instagram to what Anthropic is doing to reshape intelligence. Alvin Grayley will force us to ask who's really winning the AI race and who's really getting behind. And then at noon, don't skip the breakouts. These will be 3 intimate sessions on AI iteration, expanding Brazil's talent pipeline, and Brazilian founders building in the US. I can promise you that some of the most intimate, best conversations today will happen in those smaller rooms. after lunch, Darren Cook will break down how to find venture opportunity where others are too scared to look. Mati Veloso and Jessica Leon will tackle what labs simply cannot build and who will. Pilar Manchon will show us what global research actually learns from local markets. And finally, David Thacker and Roberto Antunes will close us out with the big picture on AI and where all of this goes. These are Silicon Valley legends and emerging talents operating at the absolute frontier. We hope you're excited. Stay sharp, ask hard questions, and let's make today count. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Super excited to be here today. I'm Elise Kotowski. I'm doing my MBA and my master's in environmental sciences at Stanford. And I was also the sponsors lead this year at BSV. And before we kick off our amazing panel today, we have to look at the foundation that made this possible. This conference simply would not happen without the commitment and support of our sponsors. They aren't just donors, they are true partners in innovation. To show our deepest gratitude, I'd like to invite our sponsors to the stage. Let's give them the warm, happy welcome they deserve. First, Julia Domingues from Google, Adriano Meirinho from Selcoin, Marina Garcia from Cubo, please stay on the side, we'll take a picture. Bianca Junqueira from Jumpstart, Fernando Mirandes from Pinheiro Neto, Fernando Bosco from Privalia. Thanks. Teresa Borges from Rio AI. SoftBank. And Leonardo Massaggio from Visagio. Please come to the stage so we can take a picture together. Ficou bonitinho. Super. Vamos pegar com os...
Boa, olha pra frente.
Valeu, gente.
Hi, everyone. I'm Larissa. I'm the head of audience. For a long time, you all were names in a spreadsheet for me. So I'm really happy to see you all here. And I will invite the institutional partners to receive also the recognition.
I have my own. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Caroline Mariano, and I'm the VP of Marketing for BSV 2026 this year. And today, we're so happy to give a small thanks to our institutional partners. So, Larissa, I'll let you start.
So I will first invite Lucas Mendes from Fundação Estudar. Thank you for another year of partnership. Thank you. Fernanda Caloi from Lala. First year of partnership.
Obrigada, Fê.
Thank you so much. Carol Rodrigues from Carreiras em Movimento. And we have two other partners that are not here now, but I will mention and we will deliver later. One is Daniele Marques from Silêncio ao Silício, and the other one is Edu Lira from Gerando Falcões. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite to the stage the marketing institutional partners that have helped us connect Brazil to the Silicon Valley today. So I'll start with Monking Agency and Eduardo Vieira. Obrigada, Edu. Next, I would like to invite Mariana Tielli from Consulado do Brasil em São Francisco. Next, I would like to invite Karina Almeida from Endeavor. Anne Fadu from Agência Pub. Falei certo, hein? Obrigada, Anne. And last but not least, Luan from Cuco. Obrigada. All right, now I would like to invite the marketing partners to take a photo. And did you do your photo already?
No, not yet. So
let's start with marketing, please.
Okay.
Mari, pode. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
I'm going to break the protocol here for 60 seconds. We just thank our sponsors and partners. They deserve every word. But there are two people in this room that I need to call out. The first one is Thiago Medeiros. Thiago came as audience and just start building our network platform. The second one is Johan Finger from Mona Lisa Agency, already a BSV partner, already done more than enough, but 3 days before the event, we launched the platform. We were midnight fixing the bugs before each one of you could find them. That's the portrait of BSV, people who show up before you ask. And to honor these two, we would like to give them a BSV vest, a symbol that they are not just supporters of this community. They are part of our team. Please, join us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elisa Pereira. I am a MSX student and a researcher at the Digital Economy Lab at Stanford. I wake up every day thinking, what is next in AI? And I had the privilege to be Scott's student and also mentee at GSB. Scott is a serial entrepreneur who has founded 3 publicly traded companies and being CTO and CEO. For the last 16 years, he has partnered with Eric Schmidt at Innovation Endeavors, doing deep tech investments in areas around AI.
I have a quick few questions for the room. How many of you have opened Instagram today? Yep, a lot of people. How about used Claude? A lot of people. The person responsible for both of those products is about to walk onto this stage right now. My name is Leticia, third year in the BSV organizing team, returning to content this year. I'm a junior at Stanford studying economics with a focus on market design. And I've been doing some work myself on AI agents as economic actors and what that means for the products and the markets being built on top of them. So yes, I have a selfish reason for being very excited about this panel right now. We've spent 2 days asking, what does it mean to build beyond human scale? The two people about to join us have been living the answer. Mike Krieger grew up in São Paulo. He first joined us in 2019, and we're so glad to have him back. He came to Stanford, studied symbolic systems, and then did something most people only dream about. He built something over 1 billion people use, Instagram. In 2024, he joined Anthropic as Chief Product Officer and has since moved into leading Anthropic Labs, the part of Anthropic focused on what comes next and what should even exist. Our second guest is Jade Lai, General Partner at Coatue, the firm that led Anthropic's most recent funding round. Before Coatue, Jade was in Andreessen Horowitz and Playground, spending over a decade backing founders from seed to growth. What you have on this stage right now is rare. Someone building at the frontier of AI and someone funding it, who have already chosen to build the future together. So please welcome to the stage Mike Krieger and Jade Lai.
Awesome. Well, I feel like we were just talking about this in the back of the room and how crazy this week has been. I don't know if you slept at all, but yesterday was a big day. Maybe tell us a little bit more about Project Glasswing.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to be here. Oi, tudo bom? Prazer. We're going to do this in Portuguese, right, Jade? So Project Glasswing is an initiative that we put together at Anthropic. So I've been at Anthropic for 2 years now. And it's paired with our latest model, which is called Claude Mythos, which we have in preview. And as we were preparing that model for release, we realized that it was not just great at writing code, doing agentic tasks, but also very, very good at finding and fixing vulnerabilities in software. And as we thought about how do we bring that to market, we realized that just releasing it would unleash potentially a lot of not just people solving their problems with these models, but also potentially exploiting it as well. So we took a step back and said, what's the best way of actually getting the world more ready for this? And so we put together Project Glasswing, which really brought together, this was really cool to see, like really a group of the leading companies that have sort of cyber defense at their core, you know, whether it's a CrowdStrike, whether it's Google who's doing a lot of the work there, whether it's Microsoft, whether it's AWS, Cisco, Palo Alto Networks, like all the way down the stack. And basically said, all right, we're not gonna release this model publicly, but we're going to effectively arm these cyber defenders with access to the model, you know, a lot of usage credits so they can fully use it to secure their software. Knowing that, you know, there are other model providers out there, there are other models out there, like these capabilities will become more sort of distributed, you know, in the next months. And so can we basically give people more of a head start against that? That was the sort of foundation of Project Glasswing. You know, on one hand, it's like the model's awesome, like we use it, and I can't wait to get models like that out to the public, but it felt like the right way of sort of meeting the moment in terms of how we release this particular model.
Yeah, I mean, the capabilities is really interesting. I think one of the things at Coatue we love tracking a lot is the MITRE chart. I don't know if everyone's seen the MITRE chart, but it's sort of, on the y-axis is sort of the time horizon to complete the task, and then the x-axis is sort of the model release time, and you sort of see the capability slope and it sort of hit exponentially. But one of the things about this chart that's like extremely clear is really how fast you guys are releasing these models. It's compressing the cycle time from years to weeks, and it's sort of like the self-reinforcing mechanism. You can sort of feel a little bit. And we're sort of seeing this in product. Like I think from a user, like we're using a ton of Claude. Like the product velocity you're shipping out is pretty insane. Like how are you designing this sort of like self-reinforcing sort of sort of mechanism into product development?
Yeah, it's been an interesting journey because I got there in 2024. At the time, we had about 30 product engineers total. We had Claude.ai, which was our sort of web version of Claude. We had no mobile apps. We definitely didn't have Claude Code or Cowork or any of these different pieces. And I think the thing that I realized was, we built Claude, the first version of the website, before the models were very good at code. This is still like Claude 3 days. And then we try to build like a whole like infrastructure on top of it, but the foundation wasn't actually that AI friendly. And so a lot of the work last year, it was kind of painful because the second half of last year, we didn't ship as much as I would have liked us to, but it was because we were laying down the foundation for this year. So that was sort of, for example, basically all of the Claude products now at their foundation use Claude Code. The Cowork uses Claude Code. And even Claude AI, when it's doing more of the like spreadsheets and all these other works, is using our agent SDK, which is basically Claude Code under the hood. But to do that whole migration was a big project, but it unlocked a lot of velocity this year. And so what it probably looks like from the outside is like they were pretty slow and now they're releasing like a thing every single day, but it was really the culmination of like a lot of laying down that ground. And what's interesting is I'm hearing more and more from companies that they are doing that. So one, like, I won't name the company, but like very popular sort of like AI native product, like you've heard of it. It's like a big product. I was talking to somebody there and they basically spent January and February pens down on any new feature development and rewriting all of the software, for like being able to be more like both the product being more agent native, but also being one that could be iterated on more easily with Claude Code. And everything I ever learned when I was studying computer science is like, you don't rewrite systems. If you ever read like The Mythical Man Month, there's this whole thing around like the second system syndrome where everybody's tempted to be like, well, there's all these warts in the first version, we'll get it right the second version, and it's like 6 months later, and you've just like recreated different problems and lost all the like knowledge of the first one.
It's like the attachment you have to the prior ones.
Exactly, and you've done that. I actually think that is now broken, and you can actually do it in, it actually might make sense to rewrite large parts of your stack with these models. And definitely within labs, which is what I work on now, there's products that we've learned a bunch and rewritten, 2 or 3 times before we even think about launching. And so that's a weird change. And that's not a calculus that I think most people are ready for, but we did it a lot inside Anthropic, and I'm now seeing many of our customers attempt more of this. And it has its pitfalls as well, but I think overall, if you're finding that your limiter is not the ideas and it's not the models, it's your existing infrastructure, your existing product, it might make sense to sort of scaffold your way around it and replace it with something that feels like it was, coded in 2026.
Yeah, that's super interesting. And you mentioned a little bit about Claude Cowork. I think we're starting to see these new product surface areas like you're talking about, and it's starting to consume more of the non-technical workflows. I think Claude Code, everyone's very familiar. It was a very high quality model, but now Claude Cowork's capturing all the marketing, finance, sales, all of these different sort of workflows. Do you feel like basically the world's every workflow in the enterprise is ultimately just going to boil down as code, and really the thing to really focus on is UI UX, the products, the interface, how do you actually get tune it to the workflow?
Yeah, first of all, I have to give Jade credit. She is the most prolific feedback giver of anybody I know. She'll write me 10-page things here's why Cowork sucks. Here's the thing that what you need to fix. It's just great. I always love the feedback. But I think it was really interesting. We had an insight maybe halfway through last year. A lot of our focus has been on enterprise and on coding, and I don't think we had, even in our heads, fully combined how much those two things are actually related until one of our engineers, Jeremy, was working on a project to basically give Claude, even within Claude AI, the ability to write and run code, not just to solve, to make apps, but to solve other problems. And we realized something really interesting. The way we'd been approaching, for example, spreadsheets or PowerPoint was, all right, well, Claude can, use the computer and move the mouse and click things around, and that's okay, but it's pretty slow. Claude's not that good at it, or reliably. And then it also sort of involves you having to like just watch like the computer use. I was talking to a founder of a company that does UI automation, and they were like, the companies that they would deploy it would report that they actually didn't save any time because the workers would then just watch like their AI use the thing. It was like so entertaining to do, and I was like, okay. So the alternative idea that Jeremy came up with was like, what if we had Claude write code in order to generate presentations? And then we formed like kind of a strike team around this. This is actually where skills came from, because we realized out of the box, Claude is like okay at making a PowerPoint, but then you give it a skill around, here's how like, decks should look like, here's the design aesthetic, here's the kind of code you should write, and then make that a package that is reusable. All of a sudden it was producing really high quality presentations. And that was the real unlock where we realized a lot of it, I think, does boil down to code, whether it's doing research across different sources. That's just a series of like agentic retrievals and parsing, generating presentations, modeling in Excel. We've done a lot of work with Excel now. So yeah, I think a lot of it, not everything, but a lot of it does boil down to procedures that can be coded. And then it's about, do you have the right data connectors? Like that's a huge piece that we still need to tackle. And then have you created a product shape that people understand? Like the difference in like Cowork has been adopted like crazy. It's actually, the underlying capabilities were there months before, but they weren't in the right shape. And then in the right shape, people just got it.
Yeah, like the right ergonomics of it to get it going. I have to thank you for that, because the amount of time I don't have to like stay up overnight to like put presentations and IC memos together and everything, thanks to Cowork. Well, I guess in the room today, you have a lot of builders here, and I'm sure they're all wondering, if you were to build Instagram today in the AI age, like what would that look like?
Yeah, I think there's maybe like two parts to that question, which is what would building it have been like, and then like how would we build it differently, like in terms of the actual product. I did an experiment a couple of months ago where I was curious, because the timeline of Instagram is Kevin and I got together and we were working on a product called Bourbon, which was kind of the precursor to Instagram, and it had some shared roots, but it was different. And then we worked on that for about 6 months together, and he had been working on it sort of a solo founder for even longer, like probably another 6 months, so a year. And then we pivoted to Instagram, and then 3 months later launched V1 because we were able to build on so much that we had already built. I did a test. It was like, how quickly could Claude recreate Bourbon in its final form, like before we shipped? And it was basically 2 hours. I was like, gosh, like that year. But then it was actually a really interesting process of reflection, because we didn't know what the endpoint would have been like at the beginning. We had to do the building and iterating and showing it to people and realizing that it wasn't right. The metaphor somebody gave to me is like the difference between like Netflix shows that drop all of their episodes all at once, and then ones where you get to like see it unfold week over week. And I think that is a lot of true about product development. Like the journey is as much a part of the process as just like knowing what's done at the end. And even today, if you ask Claude for like, hey, I want like a location check-in app with these features, you're not making a lot of decisions. I was listening to Ted Chiang, the sci-fi writer, and he has this really beautiful like piece about creativity, where he was talking about like creativity is about a lot of choices. And he's like, look, if you like somehow gave a prompt to the AI that like in which you were expressing like 1,000 choices, and then it outputted something that was basically the output of those 1,000 choices, like, yeah, maybe that would like reflect as much as I think human creativity is in like a book that is produced. So that was like an interesting thing. But I think the same thing is true on product development, right? Every incremental bit that you add into the prompt is going to be more and more your product. But I think the only way you'll get to the insights of what to even put in there is through the experience of actually building. So I think right now, like a lot of the building would have been much faster, but I think there is still a natural human timeline of like all the choices and findings and things that you need to invest in. Like, I think it's actually really beautiful. It means that there's still a lot of human in entrepreneurship that matters. So I think that's huge. Then the product itself is interesting because like Instagram V1 had like very little smarts, right? The feed was chronological, so sort by time, easy. The popular page was, as people try to reverse this algorithm so much, it was actually like pretty simple. It was a decay of likes over time was basically it. It was actually not very fancy. It was basically that. So it was like, as your things got likes, then the likes would kind of drop off. That was it. That was not machine learning. That was like very, very simple. But over time, we added more capabilities. And it's like interesting to think about like what would have been valuable to have in there in the first place. Like maybe some AI-powered editing, but like actually it was fun to kind of mess with your photos. That was part of the joy of it. Probably the most important thing would have been helping you find your community, because that's like ultimately what made Instagram work, was that people found their subgroups of car enthusiasts or people in a different geography or people interested in a certain kind of photography. And that took eventually us building a machine learning team. Actually, you'll hear from Rodrigo next, I think, who was like really instrumental in bringing like machine learning to Instagram. But it's more of a sort of add-on. I think the core doesn't need a lot of AI.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so now your role has shifted from CPO of Anthropic to now leading Anthropic Labs. What changes? Like, what's different? What's the same? What is your vision for Anthropic Labs? Like,
yeah, this really came from, I was checking in. One thing I really admire about Anthropic is that there's a culture in there of, you are not your role. And if there's like a different thing that you could be doing inside the company that is more sort of attuned to where you are, you should go do that. And so I saw this, Sam McCandlish, who's one of the co-founders there, has like held 4 very different roles in even the time that I've been at Anthropic. He was CTO, then he gave up and he was like working more as an individual contributor, and now he's chief architect, and he's like inhabited all these different roles. So there's like precedent for it. And so late last year, I realized the org has grown. It was like 400 people, started at 30, it was like 10x in 2 years. We had like a portfolio of products, a lot of external customers. My day was effectively like meetings after meetings. It was very hard to do like 0 to 1 creative work. And like at my heart, I'm a builder, right? And there's never been a better time to build with these tools. And so the disconnect between like what I was doing and spending my time on and what I love doing was just growing. And it was only going to get wider. Like if you fast forward a year, it's like, well, if we keep doing our jobs right, we'll have more customers, so more external meetings and more products, which means more like context switching, and a bigger team, which means more management. It's like none of these are going in the direction of the things that I want to do. And so I realized what I wanted to go back is basically starting new things from scratch. And at the time we were rebooting Labs. So Labs V1, which was back in 2024, generated Claude Code. So, like if it only had done that, that would have been, a huge success. Also MCP, so Model Context Protocol came from Labs. Also Claude Skills, which I just talked about, is like what powers a lot of our office work. Just like an amazing set of things. Yeah. It really shows that in a lab that is working as quickly as Anthropic, having a team that is focused not on the next product rev, but like what's coming down 3 to 6 months, what's like not really possible with the current models, but should be if you improve the models, like those are all questions we ask within Labs. And so the two came together really well. We were about to reboot Labs, and I was looking for like my next thing, and then those two things combined really well. But it really, like in terms of the vision for Labs, it's really like, pick where we are today and then push some sort of thing to its extreme. So, right now we talked about the meter charts. Like right now, the models are capable of hours of work, but most people use them for minutes of work still. Yep. How do we bring that sort of ability to do hours of work to more people? That's one, extreme. Right now you have like one, a bunch of conversations with Claude. What would it mean to have like one perpetual conversation with Claude? Like how would it get to know you better? So all of these different extremes is really what we're pushing, and hopefully showing that the models are not there yet, because then we can be sort of informing the research cycles that will then get us there in the next release.
Yeah. How do you cultivate a culture at Labs that allows for such experimentation and creativity to like sort of brew a little bit, to have like the Claude codes and the MCP and everything to have the room and space to discover in some way, and not be sort of pulled into the product and research sort of timelines in some way?
I think it's actually really related to the investment side, which is you want to give people flexibility and the ability where like they're not seeing success or failure of any individual product as sort of existential to their like time at Anthropic, right? But you also want to have accountabilities. Balancing those two things is really important. So we run a process where every 2 weeks, every product that's being worked on in Labs basically gets a like funding or like defunding decision, and it's just stressful for the teams, but I think it's a good stress, right? Like it's accountability around what did you do the last 2 weeks? What are you working on? Like, have we learned everything that we need to learn already by this product? Maybe we've learned it, and it's time to say, great, let's take those lessons, let's broadcast it to the company, and let's go work on something else. The thing I mostly feel is the opportunity cost. Like we have very talented people on Labs, making sure that they are always focused on the next thing that could be the next Claude code is really important. And if something turns out to not be that, the useful learning, let's like wind it down and go on there. And but it was really valuable actually. We rebooted Labs, and within 4 weeks we had already defunded 2 projects that had like started up and were exciting, and then kind of hit a wall, and like it looked like they'd kind of run their course. And I think having set that early as a precedent was really important.
And maybe just keeping a catalog of it, and maybe the timing, when timing is right, to then pull it back out again.
Which is a great example, actually. In the first version of Labs, we had a product that was using computer use, so like Claude using your computer, to do a couple of different things. One was teach people how to do something on their computer, like Photoshop. Photoshop's pretty complicated. Like, what if you could say, how do I, edit a mask in Photoshop, and it could go and show you the first time?
Yeah.
We realized the problem at the time was, one, the models weren't good enough yet, and two, they would eventually solve the problem, but often not in a very linear way. They'd like click around, open menus, like maybe Google for it, come back, and you're like, this is not an educational, like it solves it, but in a way. So we actually wound down that project and say, not right now. Mm-hmm. But then when the models improved, we actually now just actually 2 weeks ago launched computer use in Cowork, and that was almost a year after we had done it in Labs.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Well, I want to bring it back to your roots from Sao Paulo, and you have a lot of Brazilian founders here today and a lot of company leaders. Like, what's some advice you would give them in terms of where should founders be building in Brazil, and what should companies be positioning themselves to do to make the most out of this AI wave?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things that make me really excited about sort of builders in Brazil and internationally, but in Brazil specifically. One is it's never been more possible to get further without, having to go off and fundraise, like go through a lot of like the hiring, like a lot of these pieces become important, but can start much sooner, right? You can have that first prototype with Claude Code. You actually launch a first version with Claude Code or some of these other tools. So I think that's very exciting from a like ecosystem perspective to have more proof. It also puts much more sort of power in the entrepreneur's hands, where they can fundraise off of, hey, I've actually got my first users. Like I actually have a thing built out, not just I have this great idea. So that's number one. And number two, it goes back to your question around sort of what the role of the builder is in this world. Like, I think understanding a market, understanding an industry has never been more important. And what I get excited is when I hear from entrepreneurs in Brazil that are, deep on the medical side or the education side or the legal side, or understanding how government could work better. And those very deep regional specific insights are ones that are the furthest from the model capabilities today, and actually the most defensible still. And so that gives me a lot of excitement for the next couple of years of how does things get built. They get built more nimbly, they get built more cheaply, they can launch sooner, and meanwhile they get built with a lot more deep insights as to what makes things a regionally specific thing that actually can scale. So it'll be very interesting to see the next couple of years.
No, it's super exciting. And maybe to end it off, maybe even on the enterprises side, like large companies in Brazil, like what can they be doing to position themselves better, working closely with Anthropic probably, and what else could they be doing to help drive the economy forward?
Yeah, I think there's a few things. Like one is being really open to experimentation and tools, which goes against the sort of typical IT procurement of we settled on this one technology and it's going to be our stack for the next 10 years. It just doesn't work in AI. And so
lean into the rate of change.
Yeah, leaning into it and being able to say all right, well, maybe not everybody's going to get Cowork tomorrow. Maybe we're going to pilot it in this department, but meanwhile we're also going to try a Claude Code pilot. And I think that those are the ones that we've seen really succeed, is that experimentation culture. It involves letting go of a little bit of control, but know that I think that's how you stay competitive and really lean into that. Things are changing quickly. They're going to continue to change quickly. You have to adapt and use your advantages, but also be open to this the rate of change. But I think it's especially important for these larger enterprises.
Perfect. Awesome. I think we're there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
It's such a pleasure.
We now have a coffee break. We'll be back at 10:30.
va. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here with you all today. My name is Victor Toros. I'm a visiting student at UC Berkeley, and it's a pleasure to introduce the Venture Opportunity Assessment in a complex or regulated market section. Our speaker today brings a truly rare combination of experiences. Darren Cook is the Chief Innovation and Entrepreneurship Officer at UC Berkeley, as well as the Executive Director of UC Berkeley's Life Science Entrepreneurship Center. He's a professional faculty at the Haas School of Business as past chair of the bio track at Berkeley Skydeck, one of the most competitive startup accelerators in the world. Darren teaches entrepreneurship at Haas and for the ICOPS program, a national initiative supported by the National Institute of Health and the National Science Foundation. His career spans an impressive range, from patent litigation at Coven and Berlin, to leading the IP legal team at BioRad Laboratories, to his early days as a mechanical engineer developing cochlear implants at UCSF. Time permitting, we'll open the floor for audience questions at the end. You can submit yours through the QR code on the screen, so please open up now on your cell phones. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Darren Cook.
All right, thank you all. Thank you, organizers. Great to meet you all. My name is Darren Cook. First, a little bit about me. You just heard a long introduction, but in a bit more detail, UC Berkeley's Chief Innovation and Entrepreneurship Officer, which means I run all of innovation and entrepreneurship, every org on campus. Does not report to me, actually. So only 3 of them out of 75 orgs that we have on the Berkeley campus that supports innovation and entrepreneurship is actually within my office. The other 72 are basically just running amok across the campus. I do what I can. So what I'm about to present to you is stuff that I teach at the Haas School of Business, our business school up at Berkeley, in a very compressed format. I have a semester-long version of this course. I have a 7-week version of this course, which I teach for the NSF and the NIH. I have a 2-week version of the course, but you're going to get the best parts of it, or I think the best parts of it, in 30 minutes. So it's going to be a quick sprint. As mentioned, I used to run the bio track at Berkeley Skydeck, the startup accelerator at UC Berkeley, and the way I know, the person who invited me, I was the chair, Robson Capasso, everybody, the chair of Med Device and Digital Health at Life Science Angels, a 150-member angel investment group here in Silicon Valley, the biggest angel group that invests exclusively in life sciences and healthcare. Also, I happen to be an attorney, but that's not that important. First, we're going to start with a quiz. What percentage of startups don't make it? Shout it out. What do you think? 90%, 93.5% or something, right? It's a lot percent, whatever it is. It's funny because I thought, oh, the truth must be out there. I can just Google it and figure out what is the number. And it's difficult because it depends on how you define startup, how you define failure, how you define don't make it, whatever it is. But pretty consistently, people are saying 90%. 9 out of 10 startups are not making it? What's up with that? 90% of startups fail? What? Hold on a second. Well, why? Well, luckily, that's actually an easier question to answer because once you have a failed startup, you can just go and ask the CEO what happened, right? And so people did it, luckily. Why are they doing it? It's because of this. 101 startup postmortems actually asking the CEO, what happened? What went wrong? 42% said, yeah, you know what? We were building something that not enough people wanted. That's wild, right? But the 29% ran out of cash. In most markets, what does that mean? You're building something that not enough people wanted because they're not paying you for it, right? Or the investors have figured out that this is not something they want to invest in anymore. But there's other reasons, not the right team. Someone else got there first, the tech didn't work. There's other things, but overwhelmingly, it's because you're building something that not enough people want. Let's look at some examples. The Watch of the Month Club. This is from 2018, so you can do some math in your head with respect to the increase in prices. $140 a month and you get a different watch on your wrist? Well, maybe, right? I mean, some people that vibes with. Not enough, though, right? Ran out of money June of 2022. How about the super sensitive? Okay, this is the smoke alarm that's turned up to 11. It's going to go off at every occasion. You know it will, right? And luckily, it's connected to the internet, so you can be anywhere in the world, and you know when your smoke alarm is going off. And the ad copy on the website was very earnest. It said, you know, in a house fire, every minute counts, and it literally does, right? If your house is actually on fire, you would probably like to know this. Did enough people want to take the old smoke alarm off the ceiling? Nah, it ran out of money. 2018. I've been giving this presentation for some time, obviously, because this is 8 years later. But you're thinking, well, those are dumb ideas, and you probably knew they were dumb ideas just looking at them. You could predict that they were going to fail, but what if there was an app to connect cancer patients with clinical trials? Oh, wait, no, that sounds more important, right? Cancer patients connecting with clinical trials sounds like a thing that people should have in the world. What if they raised $90 million to build an app that did just that? And what if the person behind it was somebody who knows all about it, right? Rhodes Scholar, Harvard Medical School faculty at a cancer center. And by the way, so I've been giving this presentation for 8 years, and I live in fear that somebody is texting Will Polkinghorne right now. I'm not kidding. They're like, hey, Will, some jerk has your picture on the screen. Anyone doing that right now? Because I don't know, it's going to happen one day. Because it says he's from here, right? What if Will Polkinghorne, the genius, was on CNBC, on everything, basically, including Canada? Well, this is going to work, right? What happened? Oh, they ran out of money too. Darn it. Wait, the high-profile startup seeking to connect cancer patients with clinical trials shuts down. What in the world? That couldn't have lost. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Let's dissect it. None of the hospitals were paying drivers part of the relationship. Oh, there's a problem, right? This is what's so tricky in a life sciences market, in a regulated market, in a deep tech market, because there's so many players that you need to get an enthusiastic yes from. And those enthusiastic yeses, some of them have to have money. Apparently, there was no enthusiastic yes from the people who had the money. And what happened? Right, shut down. I'm going to tell you how you can fix this, or how you can at least avoid this fate. Literally, how do you avoid this fate? First, some inspiration. I'm going to run through a 10-slide pitch deck. Right. This is my view of what's an ideal pitch deck. It may not be yours. However, this is based on seeing thousands of pitch decks, literally thousands. I've seen thousands of pitch decks at this point. However, this came from, back in 2017, I was going to a conference and for LSA, actually, and they said, great, you have 5 spots to meet with startups. Unfortunately, 100 want to meet with you. Like, oh boy, I have 5 spots, but 100. So they literally sent me 100 pitch decks. That's what happened. I got 100 pitch decks. I had to sit down, read them, got to the end. I picked the 5. And then I thought, what was it about the 5 that made me pick them? And I boiled it down to 10 things. Trust me, I loop back to the customer discovery stuff. So classic investor pitch. And I'm going to point out, this is not necessarily just an investor pitch. This is going to be a pitch to anyone who you want to convince you're doing the right thing. Like your spouse, your boss, whatever you're doing. Crucially, yourself, right? I mean, you want to convince yourself that this, whatever startup you're working on is something that's worthwhile. Anyway, as mentioned, 10 different slides, 10 easy steps. First 5, the makers and the breakers of the pitch. All right, what do you think the first one is? Yeah, what do you start with? Yeah, the problem. Oh, did everyone say problem? Oh, no. What's wild, if you see enough pitch decks, you realize that most decks don't do this, even though it's blindingly obvious. You start with the problem, right? And that the problem is huge. Again, obvious, but most are starting with the team or the tech or the patent position or something that we don't want to know about yet. Right. Huge problem. And even if we know it, diabetes is huge, right? What's the global incidence, the scope, the dollars, the patients, whatever it is. So I mostly teach life sciences teams, so I think in those terms, but this applies to anybody. So, number 3, what comes next? You fixed it, right? All right? And prove it to us. Prove it to a skeptical, we want to invest, right? So if this is a pitch to investors, we actually need to invest in probably, 2 out of 100 deals. We hope that you're one of them. So we're on your side, but we have to be skeptical. Prove it to us that you fixed that huge problem and that your solution is 10 times better than anyone's ever seen. I'm going to say it again. 10 times better than anyone has ever seen. Why 10x? Well, if you're right and the problem is huge, everyone's working on it, right? You're competing with a bunch of people you don't even know yet, right? Existing incumbents, other startups, other people are working on the huge problem, and you gotta leapfrog them. All right, number 5. What went wrong with driver? I'm going to say this, right? Solution is irresistible to somebody who has money or resources to buy it from you at a profit. Yeah, figure that out. I'll tell you, as investors, we're with you, and we really lean in on this slide. It's like, do they understand how this is going to work? All right, wait, what happened to the patents? What happened to the regulatory pathway, all that stuff? Yeah, they count. They change the value of the deal, but if you don't have the first 5, you don't have a deal, right? It doesn't matter if you got Bill Gates on your team. But yeah, it would be great if you did. Your team can do it. You've done it before, right? You can deliver. Your regulatory pathway, this is a deck specific to life sciences. It could apply different things, market size, et cetera, would apply for different areas of tech. Regulatory pathway, known, doable, you can get there. So, especially in life sciences, IP gives you a competitive moat. You know how to prevent other people. You have an unfair competitive advantage. That's important to us as investors. And you have, what's FTO? Freedom to operate. You've looked at third-party IP. You know what other people are doing. So the investment ask, your deck is going to have an ask. You're going to say, well, we want X million dollars. Where are you going to go with this? How are you going to get other investors, maybe us, excited when you execute successfully? And then finally, remember, for a classic investor pitch, they're doing this to make money. They would like to be reminded that other people have made money in a similar endeavor, right? So comps and multiples is where you put this. All right, so to review. Problem, huge problem. Solution is irresistible. And I kept saying, prove it, right? We got to be convinced. How are you going to prove it anyway? I mean, you have data and things like this, but some of this stuff is a little bit squishy, right? I'm going to suggest you can do it with this concept called customer discovery. And this is now, finally, what I teach at the Haas School of Business for the NSF and for the NIH. Customer discovery principles to understand things like this. So, moving on. What is it anyway? If you're like me and the first time you heard the term back probably in 2016, I knew exactly what it was because I knew the 2 words. Customer, somebody who buys stuff, right? I don't know. Discovery, find them. So it sounds like biz dev. Unfortunately, it's not. Right? Intuitively, you think, oh, it's biz dev. You're finding people to buy stuff. No, the person who coined the term, and I'll talk about him in a second, meant customer in a different sense. Anyone who could influence whether your solution's adopted. And discovery is not just finding them, although you do need to find them. It's understanding them. But first, we have another pop quiz. Pop quiz number 2. Who are the 5 parties I just mentioned? And you can think about driver when you're thinking about this. Who are the 5 parties who have to be an enthusiastic yes before a life sciences innovation is adopted? I'll tell you, 1 is patient. They got to be on board, right? The other 4 also start with P. Just shout it out. Oh yeah, provider. Most people say doctor, but yeah, provider. Payer, yes. There they are. Patient, provider, payer, partner, permitter. This is what we now teach in the NSF I-Core and NIH I-Core, the classes that I teach at Haas. Number 1 step is to figure out the first row. What are people doing now? Let this sink in. Every big problem has a solution. right? It may be terrible, it may be fatal. I mean, it's not, right, it may not be a good solution, but people are solving it now. All these people are. And the only way you're going to get somebody to do something different is if you motivate them to say yes to change. I'll tell you, that's the hardest thing. You know, I have a bunch of stories. This is a shorter version, so I'm going to skip a lot of stories. But I'll tell you, it's tough to get people to say yes to change. If you're not in life sciences, how does it work? Well, you have to go back one step. First of all, figure out who are the stakeholders, right? So say you got a solar technology. Who in the world would be your stakeholders for this adoption of a solar technology? Probably the government, probably the utility company. Yeah, there's different things. You figure that out first, then figure out the second row, and then figure out the third row. That's what we're doing. But how do you figure out the rows? All right, stay tuned. This is what we're about to talk about. So in customer discovery, it's all about hypothesizing what the answers are in those boxes, and then going out and figuring out where you're right and wrong by talking to people. I know, it's wild. You can use AI, we're doing that now, but it doesn't fix actually talking to people who actually live in the world that you're looking to operate in. And you retest and you repeat and you figure out where your hypotheses are right and wrong. And for scientists in the room, you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, you hypothesize and you test it, you repeat. Yeah, this is the scientific method. Oh, here's a guy talking about the scientific method, right? I just changed it, right? It doesn't matter how beautiful your business model is, or how beautiful your theory is, or how smart you are. If your business model doesn't agree with customer discovery, it's wrong. So we're just applying science and experimentation to business. I know, simple. All right, the foundations behind it. Steve Blank was at Berkeley, was at Stanford. He still teaches at both universities. Came up with this 100 interview model, right? Pair it with the business model canvas, which I don't use anymore, by the way, but it's a 9-box business model canvas used in classic iCore. But what's this part here? Not tech interviews. Why not? Okay, this is the number one. Stay tuned. The number one hardest thing for participants in this program to understand, because you think interviews, okay, we're going to go talk to people and go out there and say, hey, what do you think of the clicker? You know, I made this, pretty happy about it, moves the slides. What do you think? Well, people are going to be like, heck yeah, I love it. I mean, that's just human nature. Yeah. The tricky thing in these interviews is you're not talking about the clicker. You're talking about how they work with slides and how they move them from one to another, and you never even mention your thing. So why is that? Because your thing is on the x-axis. Hopefully, it's exceptional. This is the best, I mean, seriously, the best clicker I've ever used. I mean, it's amazing. It just moves the slides like you wouldn't believe. Hopefully, it's exceptional. But what you don't understand until you talk to the actual users of the would-be clicker is what you don't control, the scope and scale of your customer's problem, right? This is 100% what you're doing when you're out of the building and you're talking to people to understand, where are you on this table, right? Guess what, if you're not irresistible, it's not gonna work. But that's what you need to figure out. All right, so real examples. Again, this is what I teach. This is a 2-week version. This is a team that did 17 interviews, 17 stakeholder interviews over the course of 2 weeks. They had a ventilator splitter in a hospital. Interestingly, this is during COVID, but it didn't have to do with COVID. It had to have to do with COPD, or whatever. They planned to sell it into emerging markets, Africa and India. So they talked to a bunch of people, 17 people, mostly in Africa and India. And then this is the format. I use this example not because of what they learned, but because the way they display the format of the learning. You start with a hypothesis, simple as anything. Hospitals in Africa and India use CPAPs to treat COPD. This is a Berkeley Masters of Engineering team. They'd worked on this for a year. All right, the thing itself. Number one, India, no. They came back saying, what? This was a fundamental assumption, and we got that wrong. Okay, so they were a little bit bummed. Hypo 2, hospitals in Africa and India experienced ventilator shortages before the pandemic. India, no. Again, Like, well, we didn't know any of that. And what I make them put at the end is after you do the 17 interviews over 2 weeks, well, what were you surprised to learn, actually? Because you talked to 17 people, there's probably other things, right? Oh, wait, they didn't have electricity? There were a problem with bribes? The electricity shortages? All this stuff that they had no idea about, which were not fixed by their tech. Maybe they have a great solution to this, and maybe they went through a program like this and came back like, we're gonna fix the electrical grid. They're not gonna, because they scrapped the project. They scrapped the project after 2 weeks, after a year of working on it. Wild, right? Anyway, a second one. Rare undergraduate team that I led into the course. You can see it was in 2023. It turns out they've gone on to do amazing things. It's this passive way to detect stroke. Everything these days has a camera, right? Your computer, your phone. It can passively detect stroke in people who have already had a stroke. Right? So that's the market. They went through, hypothesized about stuff, talked to people, including what? Cisco's director of digital health, undergrads, man. And what they learned and what they do next. And you just rinse and you repeat. And this is just what? 3 interviews. And they learned a bunch of stuff. Imagine if you did 100 of these. Imagine if you did 100 interviews just like this, with this intention, with this forethought. And then thinking about, what are you going to do next based on what we learned? That's the process. Simple as that. All right. Now you're inspired to do it. So we have 15 minutes. Actually, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. Normally this is 45 minutes, so I cut some stuff out. So we'll have time for Q&A, so think about that. If you have questions about how this applies to you, your project, techniques, tips, whatever it is, you're gonna have an opportunity talking to a mic. But if you're inspired now to do it, this is the way I teach my students to do. Either, so we do 60 interviews in a semester-long class. We do 100 interviews for the NSF in a 7-week course. We do 20 interviews now in a 2-week course, so you get the idea. You know, you're doing 10 or 15 interviews a week. If you want to do this, you want to go through and you figure out, after hypothesizing what these people's problems are and what's going to convince them to change, how are you going to do it, right? Well, it's not that complicated, actually. First of all, I just rattled off a bunch of numbers, 100, 60 over a semester, 20 in 2 weeks. Why not just talk to 1 or 2 people and figure out where you're right and wrong? Why is it so many? Yeah, well, it's because data drives the results, right? You're also going to blow some hypotheses. You're going to get some wrong. Probably code blue, probably some of those hypotheses they had in the deck before, or that presentation before. You know, it didn't matter. They wish they didn't ask it. They talked to the wrong person. It's going to take a while to figure out who the people are that you want to talk to and what are the hypos that really matter. So, but the main thing is, it takes a while before you see a pattern emerge. I can guarantee Code Blue, after 17 interviews or 20 interviews, didn't see a pattern emerge. Interestingly, Klarna, the first team, did see a pattern emerge. It was pretty clear, and they just said, forget it, we're not going to do this anymore. And they all went on to do different startups. But you're not going to see a pattern emerge in even 20 interviews. Pretty consistently, when I teach this in a 100 interview format, it's 40 or 50, where teams come in the middle and say, you're not going to believe it. So you need to do that many. I've seen it happen dozens of times. So, all right, you want to do it, but where do you start? Well, you start on the internet, right? There we go. Just, Google it, figure out who are the experts? Who do you think would know about answers to your hypos? Go to PubMed. Figure out, again, who are the scientists who are expert in your areas. And by the way, fun fact, one of my teams once realized, like, you know what? How you can get real email addresses of real scientists? They're all on PubMed. You try to keep your email secret, but there it is. Right, you can email Jennifer Doudna. And then ask for ideas. So brainstorm with your team. If you're in a class, if you're in a semester-long class, you're in a boot camp, ask for other people for ideas. From your network, from AI. So this is now what we're doing. Right? Put it in Gemini. Right? See what it comes up with. I wouldn't rely on that because we've yet to see where AI comes back with information that's as good as actually talking to people. Maybe that'll change, right? But so far, actually talking to people is the secret sauce. And then get out and you go places. I put this slide up here because I think this is from, 2018. I used to have this slide in my deck in 2018. I say, hey, everybody, you know what you should do? And in the NSF version of the class, it was a requirement that most of your interviews, the vast majority of your interviews, were in person. And we couldn't understand, like you can't have a phone call and really understand anything. You can't have a Zoom call and really understand anything. Of course, in 2020, everything changed and everything had to be online and on Zoom, et cetera. We figured out, like, that actually does work and that's fine. However, I think we kind of forgot that there's opportunities like this. Say you had a solar technology, somebody's having a party, right? And it looks like they're gonna be pretty excited that you showed up and you can talk to people. Look for opportunities to go where the experts are, right? All right, but many times you don't go where the experts are and you actually want to cold email somebody. How do you do it? Cold outreach, get someone's attention. You want to have a coffee meeting, in-person meeting, Zoom meeting, whatever it is. Yeah, you introduce yourself, you take yourself down a notch. Your natural appeal, you're taking a class, you're at Berkeley, you're in a program, whatever it is. Ask for 15 minutes. But settle for 45? Yeah, I'm not kidding about this. Right, first of all, if you ask for an hour, everyone's gonna go, delete, right? But what if you said, oh yeah, just really quick, 15 minutes. If you're doing this right, if what I'm gonna show you in a moment, if you're doing it right, you're obsessively fascinated with somebody else, they won't shut up. That's what happens, right? And you actually oftentimes need an exit plan. So be clear up front. And this you can literally do. You're not selling anything and you're not looking for investors because you know what? Most experts, when they get an email from a startup founder, they assume one of those two is the point of the email. You can tell them it's not, right? And you start with them. Do some sleuthing, figure out where they went to school, what their background is. Everybody these days, you can figure it out on the internet. Use AI for this. What is it? What's the connection? How do you know them? Who do they know? Butter them up. You're going to see some examples. Hold on. Referred by somebody famous. It helps. Robson Capasso told me I should reach out to you. It's amazing the way that works. All right. A real email from a Berkeley Skydeck team trying to do this process that was not working. Right. I changed some things. Joan Smith was not the person's name. Nuco obviously was not the company's name. It wasn't ice cream, but it was engineered fungi, right? The rest of it is actually mostly what they were writing, right? Early stage, eager to gather insights, industry experts, top quality solutions, your experience. Oh, my gosh, okay. If you're available, I've included my Calendly link for a 30-minute call. Boom. Wait, did anyone ever click the Calendly? No, no one did. They were getting 0 interviews, right? Let's change it. So we changed it. Hey, mutual acquaintance or someone famous. Robson Capasso told me you were a leading expert in ice cream production. I'd learn a ton. People are like, oh, interesting. I know that guy. I follow you on LinkedIn. I love your posts, especially the one about something. I actually had a team in a program where they had an intern collecting this information, cyber-stalking people on social media just to fill it. I'm not kidding, to fill in this part. I love your post. I read your paper, blown away, butter them up. Groundbreaking research. You know what? Right, people read that. Groundbreaking research, congratulations. They're like, oh, come on, but hey, they love it, right? Come on, I love it. All right, co-founder at Nuco, Berkeley startup, ice cream production. I'm not selling anything or looking for investors. Again, you can literally say that. I'm taking a research class. Grateful to learn from your uniquely relevant ice cream industry experience, 15-minute call, right? And then you go on. Happy to work with your assistant. Even if you know they don't have an assistant, you could put that in there, right? They're important, right? Or your online scheduler, or you know what? You can just use mine. They're gonna click that. That's what's gonna happen. So anyway, it works. If all else fails, I had a team hang out in the parking lot before the pandemic, a team that really wanted to talk to folks at Genentech. And they said, hey, we're striking out. No one's responding to our emails from Genentech. Said, you guys are in luck. because we're in Berkeley. Genentech is right there in South San Francisco, and they have multiple buildings. You could go and stand between them, and people walk by, and you could talk with them as they walk by. And they said, that's crazy. We'll get arrested or something. Like, you're students. You're not going to get thrown in jail. I mean, how badly arrested are you going to be, right? Anyway, they came back a couple days later super excited because they said, oh, okay, we did your crazy idea. We went to Genentech. And you're right, there's a whole bunch of buildings. It's huge. And they said they stood there, and people walked by, and most people blew them off. And I think actually the security was called, so they had to move to a different parking lot. Right, but then they said, but wait. We talked to one guy who said, oh, I'm not the person you're looking for. She's in that building. Let me take you in and introduce you. Right. And they got the interview they were looking for just by people walking by. Trap a doctor in the elevator? Right. One of my favorite founders did this. I don't know. Right. This is before the pandemic. She was looking for a pulmonologist, and no one was responding. So she went to a hospital and just rushed in. And luckily, she was super friendly because she struck up a conversation with a bunch of pulmonologists that way. So pick vegetables with a farmer. Sure. Don't do this. Pretend you had an appointment is the trickiest way to do it. But you know what it means. You show up. You say, I'm here for my 2 o'clock meeting with so-and-so, and it's a complete bluff. I just mentioned this just because a Berkeley professor did this and bragged about it. I don't know, I couldn't believe it. He got the interview. All right, so you open, thank you for taking the time. My name is so-and-so, I'm at a place. This is all stuff you know, right? You know how to do this. But what's gonna happen is someone's gonna say, wait, tell me about your thing. Tell me about what you're working on. And it's going to be almost irresistible. You're going to want to tell them because it's your thing. It's your clicker. Deflect it, right? Say, hey, I'm going to learn from you first. I'll tell you later. So stuff you know already, right? You listen, looking for, I just want to put this up again because it's so important, right? This is the reason you're not talking about the clicker. You're learning from them. Again, all this. Drilling down. Stay on subject, test your hypos. You do start broad. You know, if you have a clicker, you don't go right to the slides. Maybe you start with, like, hey, what do you use your computer for? Oh, okay, drafting documents, et cetera. And they get to like, oh, we give slide presentations. Oh, tell me about the slide presentations. Because you know what happens. Okay, it's your goal to go through all this. You're really on the lookout for something that somebody's desperate to tell you about. And I don't know if this is going to work, but we may have a video or we may not. We don't. All right. I was going to show you a video from a movie because what I use in my class is something called the Mr. McGuire moment. That was Mr. McGuire. He takes Benjamin Braddock out by the pool and he says, I've got one word for you, plastics. Okay, you probably wouldn't know the movie if you're all from Brazil. However, you're going to meet people who are desperate to tell you something where you're going to say, that's weird. But what if you get 20 of those people telling you the same thing? After 50 of them, you're going to be saying, like, I'm on to something else. I'm going to go after plastics, right? Close, what else can you ask? Genuine appreciation. In my classes, ask for references. Who else do you know who's as good at this as you are? Most of the teams in my classes are getting their next interviews from their current interviewees. Because if you're doing it right, people love it. They'll say, yeah, let me introduce you to my friends. It works. Keep in mind, last slide, this is not about them 100%. This is 100% about them. It's not about you. Not an opportunity to pick a fight, have a debate, tell them they're wrong. It doesn't matter, right? This is your opportunity to learn. And then you don't learn anything until it dawns on you. Again, 20, 30, 40 interviews. So another video that's not going to play, but that's okay. Oh, you'd love to see this one, though. Now, all right, last joke. 4 Ivy League pulmonologists walk into a customer discovery class. It really happened. 4 pulmonologists from Penn. You can't make this up, right? They're all 30-something. They were all confident. They all knew they were onto something big. We almost kicked them out. Not kidding, we almost kicked them out because they kept coming back week after week saying, we were right again. We were right again. We talked to more COPD patients. No one wants COPD. I'm like, yeah, I'll bet. But we made them talk to the other people on that chart, the payers, the providers. the partners and the FDA, wild thing, at the end of the class, they'd scrap their project after 7 weeks. So yes, confirmation bias stream team. All right, with that, that's where I'm going to lead. And we have 1 minute and 30 seconds, apparently, to field a question or two.
Okay, guys, so to start off our Q&A, the first question for the audience is, when evaluating a venture in a regulated market, what matters more early on, the strength of the technology or the path to regulatory approval?
Oh, okay. The strength of the tech or the regulatory approval? Nah, neither one. right. Right. So the strength of the tech, first of all, it's got to work, right? I mean, your tech has to be exceptionally good. That's what you're going to need to know if it's going to work. However, at the same time, you can parallel track this. You know what? You can ask Gemini these days. What's the regulatory pathway? Go to a consultant, figure out, like, do you actually have a way, if this works as great as you think it's going to work, do you have a way to get it to the market? So they're both important.
Okay, great. So for the second question, should a business conduct extensive research to ensure the customer's problem fits the product, or just launch it and see if it works?
Okay, I love it. Yeah, so if you're not in a regulated or complex market, just launch it and see if it works. Seriously, if you have a direct-to-consumer or like something that just people buy on the internet or in stores, go for it. That's not the world I operate in. Regulated, reimbursed, life sciences tech, biotech, you can't do it, right? You can't just launch it and see if people buy it. So if you have once in a while I talk to a team at Skydeck, for example, that has a consumer product, and it's so refreshing. I say, wait, you guys actually sell stuff? That's amazing. And people pay you? Yeah, so if you can do it, do it. All right, I'm looking at, oh, they gave us another 3 minutes. All right, you got me for another 3 minutes.
Okay, so at what stage should a startup start engaging with regulators?
With regulators. You know, so I don't know what it's like in Brazil. In the US, the FDA is unusually open to having a conversation, which no one understands this. Like, the FDA actually wants to help you. I know, it's weird to say. So we coach our teams at Skydeck and other teams coming out of Berkeley to have what we call a pre-sub meeting, where it's kind of off the record and kind of friendly. I would do that as early as you understand what the tech is, what the indication is, what the patient population is, and just get their feedback. It's weird. They're actually here to help.
Okay, so for a final question, what's one thing you wish every founder understood before entering a complex market?
Yeah. So remember that 10-box thing I just put? That's it. So behind the scenes, most of the time, when we pass on a deal, look at a deal and not proceed with it, it's because it becomes clear they don't understand what I call the life sciences venture canvas, payer, patient, provider, that sort of thing. Or if it's a deep tech market, other complex market, they just don't understand who the stakeholders are and what they're doing now and what would motivate them to change. It becomes pretty clear through Q&A if a team doesn't get that. And as soon as it becomes clear that they don't, they need to go back and figure it out. They're not investable yet.
Okay, so that was your Q&A for today. I will ask for a round of applause for Darren for such an insightful and amazing talk.
Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Felipe Duarte. I'm a software engineer at a Brazilian startup called Taco and a computer science student at the Federal University of Paraíba in the northeast of Brazil. Last year, I was here in the Bay Area as part of UC Berkeley's Global Access program, and this panel question hits close to home. What labs can't build and who will? labs are building incredible things. Frontier models, reasoning engines, multimodal systems. But there's a growing list of problems they can't solve from inside a research campus. Problems that require domain knowledge, regulatory constraints, and the stubbornness to deploy outside the San Francisco market. So again, are they building that? And if not, who will? About a year ago, I was in the audience at a conference watching Matt Veloso on stage, talking about his experience building AI products across some of the biggest companies in the world. Afterward, we went into a smaller room where we got to ask him directly about his views on what AI was heading. That was a year ago, and it's crazy to see how much has changed since. So I couldn't be more excited to have him back on stage. Matt is from São Paulo and spent 15 years at Microsoft, where he became the technical advisor to Satya Nadella. He then led AI developer platforms at Google DeepMind and was most recently VP of product at Meta's superintelligence team. Few people have had closer seat to how frontier AI gets built and where it falls short. Jéssica Leão is also Brazilian, and like me, from the Northeast. She grew up in Salvador, Bahia, made her way into Yale and then to Palantir, where she was a forward-deployed engineer at the incredible team of R2D2. She then moved into venture capital, leading early investments in companies like Mosaic ML, acquired by Databricks for $1.3 billion. Today, she's a partner at Decibel, backing technical founders building the AI infrastructure layer. And she writes one of the sharpest AI newsletters out there, AI Pioneers at Work. So, we have a kid from São Paulo who ended up shaping AI products at the biggest labs in the world, a kid who went from Salvador to betting on the companies building the next wave of AI, and a kid from Paraíba, who's just incredibly happy to be here. Please welcome to stage Matt Veloso and Jéssica Leão.
Jéssica, for how long have we known each other?
Has it been maybe like 15 seconds?
15 seconds.
Let's go. Muito prazer, hein?
Muito prazer. Do we do this in English? I think we do in English, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah, okay.
How about you introduce yourself, maybe?
Yeah, sounds great. Hi, everyone. So nice to meet. Again, I think you guys just heard my background, but I'll do it really quickly. Born and raised in Brazil. I'm from a city called Salvador in Bahia. For all the Brazilians in the room, I think you will all agree with me that it's the prettiest state. And if you don't agree with me, you're wrong. I had a really interesting journey to get to the United States in venture capital. Grew up in a low-income family in Salvador, ended up getting scholarships to go to good schools when I was in Salvador. Came to the US on a full ride to Yale. I'm today still extremely thankful for Yale and the United States for taking me in. I've always been incredibly passionate about technology. I actually didn't grow up with a computer. I used to travel, again, Brazilians in the room will know this, internet cafes at gas stations was how I would go and study and how I found free SAT guides and all of that. And so I've always been really passionate about tech as a way of democratizing access to all sorts of opportunity. And that's what I've dedicated my career to. When I came to the US, started getting really interested in technology, studied some things, including computer science, ended up going to Palantir, was a forward deployed engineer there, and have been in VC focused on technical infrastructure. And I would say all the way down the stack, I've done both software infra and things like semiconductors and energy and things like that. And I think with AI, and we'll touch on this, but one of the reasons I've been so passionate about AI is I think AI is like another further democratization. It just brings access of information to anyone's fingertips, something that I'm personally really passionate about. So that's been my journey. I'm excited to get into this. Matt, why don't you tell us about you?
I've been introducing myself these days, saying, hi, I'm Matt, I'm unemployed. My wife said, stop saying that. I said, no, I literally quit my job. I was working at Meta, and in February I left without clearly what I'm going to do next. And a bunch of cool stuff happened, but before then I spent some time at Meta, I spent time at Google, Microsoft, did a bunch of different things, and like you, I feel this excitement about the opportunity with AI, but equally, there's half of me, I'm excited, the other half is terrified about the end of the world, and I don't know which one is the one. Yeah. So, but a question I have for you, Jéssica, is when I left Meta, I was like, I'm going to build something. And like in 3 weeks, I kind of built a startup. Like, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And then I spoke with some VCs. They're like, oh yeah, we would like to invest in this thing. It's like, are you guys kind of like crazy? Because like anybody can copy me like in a day, right? And they told me, well, Matt, that's like everybody right now.
Yeah.
This is the reality of everybody right now. So like, this is not specific.
Why didn't I get the call for the term sheet?
So what do you tell startups when they come with this question?
It's a great question. I think, like, first of all, I would say the history of software has, if we're being totally honest, been one of not that many moats. I think that we have always overestimated what a moat looks like in general, unless you're building something that is like true atoms, right? Like atoms, not bits. Like it is actually easy to like replicate and like in some ways you can say that all of SaaS has been like some level of a UI on top of cloud. Of course, what has happened with AI that has made this even shorter of a time frame is that you can actually spin up applications in a matter of half a second. In fact, like this is kind of a meme, but it is true. Like everyone has like 10 agents running in the background, and sometimes I leave my laptop open while my agents are running, and I'm anxious if I need to close it. So I think that feeling of things just moving so quickly is really where the anxiety comes. I would say nowadays, like when I think about moats with founders, I give two pieces of advice. One is, yes, absolutely. I think like you just have to get started. And if your idea is, well, I have this super unique way that I'm building this and no one else is gonna ever think about this or be able to build it like it, like goodbye, like it's not gonna work. What you can do is build very quickly. I think AI allows you to build very quickly, allows you to go to market really quickly. And I would say what has changed in effect for founders is the bar for what you needed in order to pitch, I think, has really changed. What I mean by that is, it used to be that if you were an amazing VP of engineering at X, Y, and Z company, you would come to me and say, hey, I want to start a company. This is more or less where I want to build it. I would like whatever, $3 to $5 million. I'll go heads down. I'll hire a team of 15. I'll work on the product for 2 years. Then I'll go to market for 2 years. And you would say, amazing. That sounds like a great plan. Nowadays, my expectation is someone comes to me and is like, hello, I'm so-and-so. I have built an MVP of the product. I have called 200 different people and put it in front of them. They've tested it out. I have some LOIs. Can you give me, I can probably actually not even hire that many people to do this. Can you give me $3 million so I can spend it all on billboards on the one-on-one? So that's like really the shift, is like actually like marketing and go-to-market has become a lot more important. Nowadays, I think if you live online on Twitter, you'll see everyone has a launch video. Like part of the budget now, I expect that people are using my like millions of dollars to go and make some like videos, but it just like has really shifted, and it's a lot more about the execution and actually just going to market quickly.
Yeah, an analogy I use is like I could open Claude or Codex and say, build a website like Facebook. It will do it. It will look exactly like Facebook. It will work like Facebook. I can put it live there. It doesn't mean the users will come, right? So like, that is still a massive moat, which is, do you have the distribution? Do you have the users? Do you have, like, that is hard to break. Like, you can build Outlook. You cannot bring the Outlook users that easy, right? Yeah. That's one thing. The other thing is, do you have data that nobody else does? That's another thing where there's a lot of opportunity there. And I think the third thing is, these AI labs, they can only focus on so many things at once. Like I'm pretty sure if you go to Anthropic, they still have a CRM, they have a bunch of stuff. They have other things to do than try to rewrite every software you use. So like, I think that opens quite a few opportunities, right?
Yeah. I think I'll touch on one point that you just said, which is around the data flywheel, because I do think it's really important. I do think one way, so actually let's use a specific example. How many people here have heard about Harvey AI? Okay, yeah, I expected so. Throughout its, and I'm not an investor in Harvey, so I'm just saying this, by the way. Throughout the journey of Harvey, I think like it has been a thing in Silicon Valley of people saying like, oh my God, Harvey is just gonna get totally destroyed by the foundation models at some point. Oh my God, like Harvey this and that, it's just a wrapper on ChatGPT. And I think Harvey has laughed its way out of all of these, like criticisms with like now hundreds of millions of dollars in ARR. What is the lesson there? It's like, well, yeah, in many ways, you could decide as a law firm to go and build a specific system that is like using generative AI and using your data. And you can do that, but buying off the shelf is sometimes easier. That's not really what law firms are equipped to do. Most importantly, I think that they have built like and again, this is without knowing any specifics about them, so we can leave like Harvey for a second as an example and just more broadly. The more you are with the customer, the more you're able to abstract away data and patterns. Like you can actually build a flywheel with your product that makes it so much better at something that's domain specific. What are some of the lessons there? Is like, one, I do think anyone today, whether you are a large enterprise trying to adopt AI or whether you're a startup trying to build in a space, you have to figure out a way to capture that data flywheel, because that is what allows your product to become like more and more specific, such that the like generic, watered down, like one size fits all version of Claude or ChatGPT is just not going to be as compelling. So I think figuring out those data workflows is really important. And again, there's a piece of this that it's like speed of execution matters, getting in front of customer matters, because I think this has been true throughout all of SaaS. A lot of times buyers don't buy the best product. I think the whole if you build it, they will come is a fallacy. People buy stuff that's like easy, the 80% good enough solution, if it's like delivered in a great way, like is the one that's bought. And so execution and like figuring out how to make a compounding data asset, I think matters like even more so now.
Yeah, it's funny how many of the startups I spoke with, they started doing something, and at some point in the process they realized, oh, actually the most valuable thing about this business is we're building data sets that over time their value is just going to keep going up, right?
Yeah.
It's like we had waves of data is the new oil, and I think now this is coming back again, where like it's the most important thing you can possibly build.
Totally.
Is that, right?
Totally agree. I think that's 100%. I think that's actually really key. When I invested in Mosaic, like this was something really interesting, because I think throughout a long time, companies would say data's the new oil, data's the thing that really matters. And it like kind of wasn't true. Like data was actually not that valuable. No one really knew what to do with their data.
Yeah.
I know Palantir has a lot of mystique and a lot of mysteries, and everyone's like, what does Palantir do? I'm here to tell you, I was there. It is doing the most boring, unsexy work of all time, that is connecting data that is unstructured and lives in different siloed systems. Yep. There's no secret mining program. There's no like overturning the dark evil. It's literally just like data plumbing. And it was amazing being inside of Palantir. I worked on the government side of the business, but I also knew the commercial side, and just seeing how little companies use their data. It was very hard to access. Now data actually matters. It matters both because you can actually build something really proprietary. So Mosaic ML, that was the whole thesis at the time. There was no real way of building LLMs using your own data, so that's why the company was really successful. But then also, there's kind of a joke going on right now that's like a joke but not a joke, which is like you either like you either die a SaaS company or you live long enough to become like a data provider. And essentially like everyone is so starved for data now. I think AmeriCorps is starting to pay people for whatever like old Excel or PowerPoint files they've like made in the past. Like every single piece of data that doesn't live in the intranet, even this conversation today is so valuable if someone is recording it and somehow feeding it to the LLMs. Like actually now that is going to, the value of like human data and new data is going to go up exponentially. And I think everyone should be thinking about that as well, whether you are building it or whether maybe you are some data source and just know how your data is being used.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I think that is definitely, we're touching many of the positives, right? Like the barriers are going down, the opportunities for creating data is becoming more valuable. With very few people, you can create a lot of things very fast. And now it's a lot to do with the execution, knowing what to do things. That's That's a lot of the good side. And now I'm going to put my doomerist hat a little bit, and you can disagree with me. But
sounds good.
What's happening with Anthropic right now? So they have this new model called Mythos.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh boy, if we launch this thing, it's so good at breaking security of applications that it would be catastrophic if we launch. We cannot launch this anymore.
Yeah.
We have to now carefully go into like governments, big hyperscalers, and carefully figure out how people can fix those security flaws before we launch it. Suddenly, this kind of became a weapon of mass destruction. Like very quickly became. I'm under the impression that this is going to be the new way of like, from this point onwards, every new model is going to be like that because they're just so powerful that you can't just unleash them. And the problem is, now that Anthropic got this, let's guess that in 6 months, there will be open source models that do the same, right?
100% agreed.
How do we handle that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So Mythos, for those that haven't been following us closely, one of the things, so it's the model that leaked, you know, I don't know if it really leaked or if they meant it to leak, but anyways. Why is Mythos such a big deal? So there's this thing in cybersecurity called zero-day vulnerabilities, which means that you're kind of the first to discover some sort of way that you can exploit a system. It's a vulnerability that you can then exploit. The thing that Mythos is scarily good at is that they can essentially discover pretty much any single 0 day and exploit it like this. So if you play out the movie of what that means in a world of not just open source getting there and hackers having access to this, but also nation states and all those things around what you can do with cybersecurity, it is actually really scary. So there's something that has happened in the US that's actually not related to AI, but it's like two things. It's like Volt Typhoon and Salt Typhoon. And for those that aren't familiar, it's China essentially infiltrated some critical industries inside of the US, both power plants and water systems, et cetera, and essentially like inserted some level of like malware or like passive way that should they want to, they could essentially decide, haha, like your water supply is out. Like, haha, like you have no power. Of course, I'm like massively oversimplifying what exactly Salt Typhoon and Volt Typhoon are, but it does reveal like a deep sense of how much cybersecurity matters and what it means for any sort of critical industry to be vulnerable. And so if you multiply that times like everything that a model like Mythos can do, and of course Anthropic reaching there, what it means for the entire rest of the industry, they will reach there as well. That part is really scary. And I don't know that in this way I have something super comforting to say, to be totally honest. I think the best and brightest minds that have worked to build this are also trying to work on how we very quickly create safeguards. I think there's a possibility that we enter a world that is actually much safer because we are spending a lot more time on the defense side of things. But it is something that we have to contend with. Cybersecurity is one thing, but you can imagine there's going to be a world where we have bioweapons, where you like weaponize some form of like biology in order to do like specific attacks to humans. Like that is very possible to happen. There are a lot of like really serious things that everyone has to think about. I also choose to see the amazing things that it can do on the positive side as well, because there's both sides of the equation, right? Like we can create new novel forms of bioattacks, but we can also finally solve intractable disease problems. And in the same way that, you know, many, many years ago, it used to be that it was so common for women to die in child labor and infant mortality was so high, and now it's a crazy thing to happen. It's just like essentially solved. I think we will also look back at this period in history and see types of diseases that we will say, wow, I cannot believe that those things had not been solved. And so I do think that there are going to be some really amazing things for humanity, but we do need to contend with the scary parts as well. And I'm an early stage investor, so obviously I'm an optimist. For you to decide like, hello, here's like many millions of dollars for you to go challenge all the really large companies that are already successful, you have to be an incurable optimist. So, yeah.
And optimists, they scientifically, they tend to live longer as well. That's also good for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you.
Tell my mom.
And it's funny because one realization I had, like building this thing I built in the last few weeks, was like, okay, I generated a whole bunch of code. I have no idea if this thing is secure, because like I can't review this millions of lines of code myself. Like, it's just too much. And what we're seeing in the industry right now is we opened this first gate, which is now everybody can produce lots of code, but you still need a lot of people to review that code. And so what you see with jobs, the jobs are going up, right? We're hiring more developers because there's all this entropy that we need to go deal with. Suddenly the second gate is going to open, and now I'll be able to actually review all this code in scale, right? I was asking some friends, like, would you feel comfortable boarding an airplane knowing that all the code running on the airplane was vibe code? I said, no way in hell. There's a point not very far from now where you're actually going to feel safer than if humans review that. It will happen, right?
Waymos.
So, right, Waymos.
Yeah, in a Waymo, I'm at peace.
Right, but so that is true. But then all the workforce that moved from writing code, they moved to reviewing code. Now they have to move to the next bottleneck. And we're debating what that's bottleneck. Like a lot of people are like, oh, knowing what to do is one of those things. I still need to know what to do. The execution of the startup is still a problem. Like, do you think that's where people are going to spend their time?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think one of maybe the single funniest thing that has happened in the last 3 years is the rise of everyone wanting to essentially have forward deployed engineers at their companies. And the reason why it's funny is that when I was a forward deployed engineer, which at this point is like 7 years ago, everyone made I was at Palantir when it was a private company. Everyone made fun of Palantir. They were like, you're a consulting shop. You're a glorified tech consultant. Like, this services business, you're never going to be successful. And again, I think Palantir laughed its way all the way up to like hundreds of billions in market cap. So it's like, again, optimists like tend to win. But the point bringing, like, what is in effect like a forward deployed engineer? So it's this very interesting role where you are both like actually building production code on site with a customer, but then you are also trying to understand the customer need, but also trying to guess at the customer need by deeply understanding what problems they have. And one of the things that we used to say at Palantir was, the customer doesn't always know what they want. Of course, you really want to listen to what the customer wants, but sometimes you will uncover something where they're saying X and really like X1 or X3 is the specific thing that you should be building that will solve their use case. And so I do, as trite as it is, like I do think that the rise of folks like really understanding enterprise use cases, really understanding what are the next things to be built, and actually directing AI to go and do that is going to be really important. And I mean, like, humans are still part of the equation, and I think fundamentally there are so many things that are still very much human-led, no matter how much automation we have. And I do think that we're still going to have, we have like a lot to say still in the way the world is shaped.
I agree with that. My first half of my career, I was a consultant. My startup in Brazil, we were a consulting shop, and I totally agree that I feel like this. A lot of people call this the last mile, right? Like when the electrons meet the atoms, right? I build the software, now you have to actually put it in practice. Like then the reality of you have to understand the business and the people, and this thing needs to happen. There's a lot of that where like, it's not that easy to just throw AI to the problem and hope it for the best. You still have to like put your time and your attention. I think that is way harder to automate than.
Yeah,
right?
Totally agreed.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking of building?
I was.
How much money do you need?
No, I don't. Like, thank you. No.
It's a little live pitch over here.
My idea was I chose software because like I've been writing software for 40 years now, and I chose it because it creates jobs. Right? Like when I think about one of my mentors, my heroes, Anders Hausberg, like the guy who created Turbo Pascal, Delphi, .NET, TypeScript, like everything. I cannot imagine how many jobs this one guy created, right? With all those, like my entire career happened because this guy sat there and built those things. So that's what brought me to this space. And now suddenly they started, oh, AI is going to kill everything.
Yeah.
I didn't sign up for that. Like, that's not at all. So like, what I was trying to build was this idea, like, can I build an assistant that instead of the idea is I'm going to replace all software, I'm just going to make all existing software smarter.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I played with. But then I realized, okay, like if I keep pushing this, now I'm trying to like build another Anthropic, and I'm not going to do that by myself. So like, I parked there, so I realized, okay, I don't have a product plan. So there was a fun experiment. I'm going to take my time and think about it.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a ton of sense, and I relate to the sentiment a lot. I will say more and more in Silicon Valley, I think that folks are starting to think about, like, how do you then move to the physical world? You know, it's this whole, like, atoms, not bits. And the reason for that is, I think, as you just described, as you keep pushing the envelope on software, I think you keep trying to see, like, what is it that AI can't do? And I don't know that you necessarily find the wall. I think you can kind of keep playing out the equation, and it may just be that AI, like, really just corners software. Now, that in no way, I don't believe in this whole, like, SaaS is dead and all software is dead, et cetera. But I do think that the shape of it will change, and we may see things that look that have a lot more heavy services component. We may see things that are a lot more siloed individual to use cases, so we'll see. But I do think a lot of really, really smart minds are starting to take a look at the physical world and saying, okay, if we really want to use AI to make the world better, like, how can we apply it to all things related to lab discovery? You know, I don't know how many of you have been following Artemis 2. I think it's one of the most inspiring things I've seen in my lifetime. I definitely believe that civilization should push to the stars, and it's kind of crazy to think that we went to the moon 50 years ago and then did nothing at all. And of course, it's like pretty hard to go and like build rockets and to figure out satellites and all of that. But what can we do actually now as a human species? What are the actual crazy ideas that really can make a difference? Whether that is food supply and increasing food access to everyone, whether that's really democratizing education, whether that's really doing things on healthcare and lab discovery, whatever it is, that now, because our software time has been freed up in some ways, we can actually do. And I'm quite inspired by what a lot of these founders are starting to work on in these spaces, and I do really think that that's going to be the next great source of innovation and the way that the world really changes for the better.
Yeah, I agree with that. Demis Hassabis, he didn't promise, but he suggested that in 10 to 15 years, we might have cured most diseases, right?
Yeah.
And by the pace in which we are accelerating, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. So like, it's an amazing time to be alive, really, like to see all this happening.
And to stay healthy.
And stay healthy.
Yeah.
I think we're running out of time, so thank you so much.
No, thank you. This was awesome. So nice.
Guys, thank you so much for this time.
Yo vengo a guarachar. Ven, ven lengua, ochungo guatala. Ven, lengua, ochungo guatala. Cosa papá con esta rumba caliente. Cosa papá con esta rumba caliente. Cosa papá con esta rumba caliente. Si no vienes tú no me la ves. 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 Coge pa' aquí, coge pa' allá. Coge pa' aquí, coge pa' allá. Bésame la carita, papi, bésame la carita. Bésame la carita, papi, bésame la carita. Se va.
Welcome back. I hope you had a great break. My name is Elise Kotoski, and I'm a first-year MBA and Master's in Environmental Science at Stanford. And while I wish this conference could go on forever, it is my honor to introduce our closing session, because we are ending on a very high note. To close out this edition of Brazil at Silicon Valley, we have two remarkable leaders joining us for a fireside conversation on product, innovation, and the future of AI. Our first guest is David Tecker, Vice President of Product at Google DeepMind. Before joining DeepMind, David was a partner at Greylock, where he invested in and advised early-stage technology startups. Prior to that, he served as VP of Product Management at Google Cloud, leading collaboration and productivity products, including Google Workspace. He has also held product leadership roles at LinkedIn and Groupon. David holds a bachelor's degree in computer science and economics from Duke University and an MBA from Harvard Business School. And our second guest is Roberta Antunes, co-founder of Veto, a startup building the bridge between human experts and the labs shaping the future of AI. A technology entrepreneur, Roberta works at the intersection of AI, work, and new models of value creation, exploring how to transform human expertise into systems that scale. Together, they will take us inside what it really means to build and lead at the frontier of AI, from the product decisions that shape the tools millions of people use, to the new ways human expertise is being reimagined in an AI-driven world. Please join me in welcoming David and Roberta to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here. Hey, David. Great to be here.
Great to be here.
Yay.
Everyone.
Wow. I think just giving some context to everyone, DeepMind has been in the frontier of AI research for more than a decade. And recently, I would say in the last few years, we've seen AI changing from the hands of AI researchers to millions of people. And I would love to hear from David here what it changes, in terms of product, how to think about product, and such a different environment coming from a sandbox to impacting everyone's life.
Yeah, great question. Thank you. And thanks to everybody for being here. I know a lot of startup founders are here and investors, and I used to be in that world, so it's great to see everyone here. So to answer the question, for those of you not familiar with DeepMind, it was a startup founded in London in 2010 with the mission to solve artificial general intelligence. And that was way back before anybody else was even thinking about that. That was truly science fiction back then. And in about 2014, Google acquired the company. And for the first 5 or 6 years, pretty much left it alone to continue to pursue that vision. And then really the last, I would say, 2 to 3 years, we've brought DeepMind into the fold of Google. It's absorbed some other teams, and DeepMind is really running the AI model development and AI strategy for Google. We're still run by our founder as a startup within Google, but the company has changed quite a bit over that time, from pure AI research lab now to we're supporting all the different Google product teams and their products. We're building the models, Gemini and VO, the models that power these product experiences, not just for Google product teams now, but also through Google Cloud. We have APIs, and we're powering millions of developers around the world building applications on our models. We also have our Gemini app, which is a consumer app, which hopefully a lot of you have used. So we really have products now. And so we've transitioned from AI research lab to product company. We've still really tried to maintain the innovation and the research lab angle. So we have thousands of researchers working on the frontiers of AI, thinking way out in the future. But we also now have teams that are actually building these products and building these models as products. Our Gemini flagship model we're launching now every 6 weeks. We launch a new version. So it's a pretty fast cadence. And all of Google is depending on us. So we do all the things and treat this like a proper product now. but at the same time, we're trying to balance that with creating incredible research that we then figure out. Part of my team's job is to figure out how to harness that research and turn it into an actual experience that a developer or an end user can use.
Amazing. And I think like we've clearly seen like a huge improvement like in Gemini like models from like early days to today. What do you think like made like the most difference in those improvements?
Well, that's a secret.
Okay, that's what we want to know.
but what I can say is that Google is actually the most cited institution in the world when it comes to AI research. We used to publish a lot of that research. We still selectively publish, but some of the biggest innovations that are underpinning the whole large language model movement and chatbot movement came from a transformer architecture, which was invented here, and we published that paper in 2017. So we're continuing to do a lot of research. But in terms of like what's made the model better, it's really just continual improvement. And when we launched our latest model, our version 3.0 of Gemini back last, I think it was November, one of our research leads put out on X, put a tweet out that basically said, the reason this model is better is the scaling laws are still holding. So it's just improvements to pre-training, improvements to post-training, better data, more data, higher quality data, more compute. All these things are leading to better innovations in the model. We also we work very closely. One of the advantages of being at Google is we have a very diverse set of products at scale that are using our models today. So like Google Search has been completely reinvented with Gemini at the core. And from all these different product experiences, we're learning how the model's used. We're able to improve it. We have some data flywheels. And because of that, we've been able to really make the best, most capable general model. So all those things are continuing, but and we still see them. There's lots of progress in the future. So it's a pretty exciting time.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you can talk a lot about this, but how do you see like the role like of data in future, and what kind of like data and evals are you like prioritizing? And...
Yeah. So in terms of data, I can't speak a lot to the specifics, but it's not just the quantity of data. It's the quality of the data. It's the types of data. I think when you're trying to make the model better for a certain use case, you really need to get specific data that can help that use case, and that can come from a variety of different angles. But data is key to this, and as is actual usage of the models, right? I think one of the things that we see in AI is when we're building models, we will have a number of benchmarks that we'll test these models against. I mean, all the major AI labs do this, so it's typical when you see a new AI model launch, you'll see oftentimes there's whoever the lab that created the model will publish the performance of that model against a set of benchmarks. And there's public benchmarks out there. We have our own private benchmarks as well that we use to measure the success of models. These are driven by evals. But one of the things we're really trying to do at DeepMind is really base the quality of the model on real world usage. So not just purely academic benchmarks, and those are still important, but learning how the model reacts in the real world. So we'll typically launch a new model across different Google product surfaces. We'll launch it in our API as like a preview, as an early access, and we'll see how the model performs, and we'll use that feedback to basically refine our evals and make the model better. Mm-hmm. So it's this, as we get more scale, we can actually get more signal that we can use to continue to improve the model.
Amazing. And like, what do you think are the capabilities of Gemini that excites you the most? And if there's anything you believe is being underutilized right now, we also would love to learn.
Yeah, I think Gemini. It's the best general model in the world right now. I think if you look at a lot of the leaderboards, you'll see that. I mean, there's certain areas where we're not leading, but because it's we're trying to build AGI here, and because we use the model at scale in so many different types of use cases, both consumer and enterprise, we've created a really generally capable model. It's got very strong performance in reasoning, and multimodal understanding and multimodal generation. Like, these are a few of the areas where it really stands out. Our voice capabilities are pretty impressive. I'm constantly surprised at what these models can do. What I like to tell developers is, if you froze all model development across the industry for the next, say, 2 years, you'd still have plenty of runway to build out product experiences, taking advantage of the current capabilities of the model. because we're just really scratching the surface. It takes time to productize things and create new products and new companies based on these models. But what's amazing is the models just keep getting better and better, every few weeks. But for the Gemini consumer app, for those of you that use it, I try it for everything, and I'm constantly surprised at what it can do. And a recent example, just a few weekends ago, I was moving some furniture in my house with my wife, and I have this great leather chair with this huge wingback on it. It's one of those kind of old school library chairs. And I was trying to move it from our living room into our bedroom, and we couldn't get it through the door. We turned it every which way, and it just would not fit. And so I said, I'll try the Gemini app for this. So I just took a picture of the chair in the doorway there, and I asked Gemini, how do I get this chair through the door? And Gemini has great multimodal understanding, so it can recognize an image. It also has great spatial understanding as well. And it's got great reasoning capabilities. So Gemini gave me a step-by-step instruction on how to get the chair through the door. So my wife followed, and I followed it, and it actually worked.
Oh, wow.
It was like turn it back 45 degrees, do this angle once it gets halfway through. It was just kind of like a Tetris type thing, but it worked. And I never would have guessed that it could do that. But again, it's a general model, so it wasn't trained to do that specific thing, but it's able to do it. And so whether you're starting a company, I think it's an amazing time to start a company right now, because these models are incredibly capable and only getting better. And so I think it's really up to you all to find the use cases. How can these models be used to solve a particular problem? And it may take some trial and error, and it may not quite work yet, but what you can be sure of is these models will keep getting better. So something that may only work 80% of the time today could be working 99% of the time in 6 months from now. So, but those are just a few examples.
No, that's impressive. I think it's crazy to think how everything is so recent. It's something that is happening in the past 3 years and has completely changed everyone's life already. In a personal level, working level, and so in that sense, how do you kind of weight the decision about short-term improvements and kind of pushing forward innovation to AGI level, or finding the next breakthrough in AI?
Yeah, it's the way we organize DeepMind. So we have a team, call it our Frontier AI team, which is a large research team. They're really focused on the future of AI. They're thinking 5 years out plus. We also have a generative AI team, which is more focused on the near term. I mean, we have teams within sub-teams that are also focused very long term in terms of agents and things like that. But we're focused more on the next few releases and what are we trying to build and what are we trying to launch. So it's a balance of having a team that's kind of unconstrained and just thinking long-term innovation, and then a team that's really thinking on how do we take our biggest innovations and put them in the model and turn these into capabilities right now. And that's probably, if you look within DeepMind, if you were to break down our headcount, it's probably equally distributed between teams focused on the long term and those focused more on the nearer term products.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Now I want to ask about Nana Banana. I think was a big thing when it launched, and how was it to think about a product that is so much in the consumer hands? When what are the implications and applications? Were you guys able to anticipate the applications and use and everything? How was the process of this?
Yeah, so Nano Banana is it's kind of a silly name, but it's our image generation and image editing model, which we launched. It was the code name.
Sorry, I didn't give the context enough.
Yeah,
it's just
it was the code name of the product, and it became the external name. Sometimes that happens. And to give a story, the reason that happens is when we're testing new models, we'll oftentimes give them third-party services, like these leaderboards that will kind of evaluate the model and benchmark it. And if the model hasn't been released yet, you give it to them with a code name, and because you don't want to know. And so people testing it don't know what company it's from. They don't know, what the real model brand is or anything like that. And so Nano Banana was this code name. And so people started seeing how great this model was in terms of image generation. It was just blowing away anything else around it. And everyone's kind of speculating, where's Nano Banana coming from? Anyway, when we launched it, we kind of just kept going with that. But I think in the Gemini app, we launched it in a few of our different products. Like in the Gemini app, we guided people towards using it for certain types of use cases. You give them templates and you give them kind of ideas to spark creativity. But really what we found is just millions of people just started using this for all different types of use cases we didn't anticipate. And we've got a great marketing team at Google who was kind of like scouring the landscape to see how are people using this and posting it on social media. And we found some use cases that were really interesting, and then we kind of propagated those and seeded those in the products so that they started to spread around the world. And so it's really coming back to these AI tools. They can be used for a variety of different things. And it's really not you put them out there, you see how it's going to be used. And one example in Nana Banana is it's really great at creating infographics. So you can give it any sort of topic, and it will create an amazing infographic around it, and you can describe how you want that done. And so we saw those types of use cases right happening. And so there were some education type use cases, and people just having fun with the models. I mean, that one of the things you may have seen is someone came up with a design of take a picture of me and then turn me into a little figurine action figure, and so that was viral for a while. So a lot of creativity out there, but these tools are really powerful.
Amazing. And talking about that, what would you say are the key differentiators for Gemini, DeepMind, Gemini, and more deeply as well, as the models evolve? Do you think it's going to become something more commoditized, or you think models are going to have their differentiations? And
yeah, in terms of our differentiators, I mean, we're unique at Google in that we have a full stack approach to AI. We're the only company that can say that. We have our own tensor processing units, which are our own chips that are designed to run AI workloads. I think we're on our 7th or 8th generation now. We have our own cloud computing infrastructure, our own AI data centers through Google Cloud. We have our own model capabilities, our own applications, our own unique data sources. So we have all the ingredients to package together. So that's been one really strong advantage. Everything just works kind of seamlessly. The other thing I think has been really great is because we're powering all these massive Google products that have billions of users. The most popular generative AI product in the world right now is Google Search. You've probably seen over the last year, we've completely reinvented Google Search. It's now, Gemini's at the heart of it. We have AI mode, AI overviews at Google Search. That's been rolled out to over 2 billion users. And we have to run these models at just be extremely efficient about how they're run. So that's been another huge advantage for us, is just the efficiency and the speed of our models. And I talked about the reasoning capabilities, our multimodal capabilities, not just in understanding, but in generation. So there's a lot of great things about the models. And then the second part of your question was
about commoditization.
Commoditization.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
there's a hard one, but just to get your perspective.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be commoditization. I think, and you're not really seeing that. I think there's a frontier of AI labs and frontier models, and we're continually pushing it forward. But it's really hard to build these models. I mean, I think you can look at, there are some really big tech companies that are really well financed, that have sort of unlimited resources or virtually unlimited resources, that are trying to build frontier models and have really struggled with it, right? So it's not just having the best talent and compute and resources. It's really there's some magic behind it, and so I think there will be a frontier, and I think there will be a few companies playing at that frontier. And over time, that lead could extend behind the rest of the industry. But that's how I would predict it's going to evolve.
Awesome. And asking a little bit deeper about Gemini. I know everything. The long-term vision is very hard to kind of think about. But what do you think are the next 6 to 12 months? What are the things you guys have to deliver to make it even more available and engaging for everyone?
Yeah, there's a few different areas. I mean, coding has been a big focus for us. I think Gemini is excellent at web dev type coding, at design, but we want to make it great for all different types of advanced software engineering tasks, right? It's great at finding and fixing bugs, but it can run long-term tasks, and that leads into agentic flows. And so I think we see Gemini powering agents, right? As companies and developers look to automate work through agents, or as consumers look to have digital agents and assistants in their life, we want Gemini to power those. And so there's a lot of things that go into to making its capabilities better to power agents. Everything from its ability to do multi-step planning, its ability to use tools in different types of environments, its ability to run over long horizons, right? Different types of agentic tasks. So that's been a big focus for us. And I'd say the last area right now that's a really big focus is just voice and voice applications and audio. We see just the usage in voice with Gemini and the way people interact with it is really just kind of exploding right now. And I think part of that's because the voice models have gotten so good. We just launched a new voice model, a new audio model in our Gemini app, and you can try it out. But it's much faster, it's much more fluid, it's almost like talking to a human. And it just becomes a new interface in the way to talk to technology or interact with technology. It's much faster than typing, right? And it's much more fluid. And so we see that having a lot of implications for everything from customer service to even software engineering. I mean, you'll see a lot of software engineers now in Silicon Valley and beyond will use voice to direct agents, right, as opposed to typing everything. And so those are some big areas of focus.
Nice. I think since we are in a room full of entrepreneurs, what do you think are the skills and capabilities that they should be building as leaders for this to take advantage of this new era?
Yeah, I think it's an incredible time to start a company. Maybe the best time to start a company in the last 30 years. And part of that's because this technology, the Gemini models that we put out in our Google Cloud platform are the same Gemini models we use at Google, the exact same models. And we'll usually put them out in Google Cloud the same day they launch in Google products, right? So you're getting great technology, amazing technology at the moment, we're making it available to our own teams and companies. So my encouragement would be, in terms of skill sets, you definitely want to be using the latest and greatest models. I mean, it's really fun. When we launch a new model on our Google Cloud platform, you can see the metrics within minutes. The metrics start to go up, because developers start using it, and it's typically startups, right? And I've talked to some startups that they organize their whole company calendar around when we're launching our models. We launch it on a Saturday, they're all in the office and they start using it right away. Because remember, every model is better than the last version. So being on the latest and greatest model is such a huge advantage. And I think for big companies, they're all, every big company in the world right now, AI is their top priority. The CEO is trying to think about, how do I leverage AI for my business? And then the other thing they're thinking about is, how do I prevent AI from disrupting my business? Because they're worried about startups using AI. And typically, a lot of big companies, they're spending months in meetings trying to decide the strategy around this, whereas a startup, you just can move fast and just start building. And so I do think there's an opportunity to apply AI, the latest models, to basically every industry, every geography, every type of use case. And so the skills that are really important today is to figure out, and my encouragement for startups is to really understand a problem space really deeply. And then think from first principles on how would you apply AI to make this space better, right? And most big companies are, there's this innovator's dilemma where, because of their existing products, their existing business, their existing people and organizations, they don't think from first principles. So they're trying to kind of force fit AI into their existing structure, but you have an opportunity just to start from the ground up, which is everything. It means from how you organize and run your company. And it's amazing to see so many startups now are able to run so efficiently because they're using agents for just so many different activities in their companies. And I think it's not just, a lot of big companies think about agents. They think about, how do I reduce my costs by automating things through AI? But the bigger opportunity is, how do you do things that weren't possible before leveraging AI? Because it was too expensive or too difficult to hire a person to do this. And now you're able to do it through AI. So I would encourage you as startups, in terms of the skill set and your mentality and how you're thinking, think about what's possible now that wasn't possible before, either because it was too expensive or too complex, that you can now do with AI. And I think if you think about that in context of what you're trying to, the particular problem set or domain or industry, I think you'll come up with really, really great opportunities.
Amazing. I think like we're going toward the end of our conversation because we want to make sure we open for questions of the audience pretty soon. But before like we finish here, I would love to understand what do you think, like if we were having this conversation like a year from now, what would have happened? What had to happen for you to think that this year was a breakthrough year for AI?
Yeah, I think the progress is happening so fast. It's hard to envision what a year looks like. But I think for me, especially when you think of like the enterprise context or business context, I think last year a lot of people will say it's the year of agents. And actually, I've lived in Silicon Valley now for 20 years, and so I drive up Highway 101 5 times a week to work, right? I've done that for decades. And you can always tell what sort of the hot thing in technology is because you just look at the billboards down Highway 101. And so, 3 years ago when it was kind of in the tech recession, it was all cryptocurrency billboards. And then started last year, it just became all agents. You even had VCs putting up billboard ads to say they were investing in agent companies. So I knew we were at peak agent last year, but really if you look at how companies were deploying agents last year, both startups and enterprises, they were more just assistive tools than what these agents can do, still like closely supervised by humans, a human in the loop. But now just with I think the model progress in the last 6 months, you're really getting to more autonomous type agents. And so you're just seeing the ability to automate work is just kind of, is really growing so quickly. And so I think if you fast forward a year, those capabilities will continue. And so, when you talk to companies today, most of them have, a year ago was like, they weren't sure of the ROI, they were trying to get this stuff to work. Now when you talk to companies, and I talk to companies all the time, big companies and small companies, they have real agents working in production, delivering value. And so now that the question has changed is like, how do we accelerate this? Where can we take this? There's a lot of different problems they're trying to solve. But I think this year really it will be the year of agents. I think you'll look back a year from now and you'll see there's a lot of just really impressive things that these models are doing in the world.
Mm-hmm. And are you seeing a lot of like many companies that are generating billions of dollars with like 3 or 4 employees? Or this is a myth?
I don't know 3 or 4 employees, but there's definitely some really lean teams in Silicon Valley with maybe dozens of employees that are hitting hundreds of millions in revenue. And again, because they have no constraints, they're starting a new company, they're kind of designing their company from the ground up to be AI enabled. Like this is actually possible. I don't know if we've ever seen this in the history of capitalism.
Yeah, no, very exciting time to be alive and in tech, right? Amazing. So I think I'm going to wait for the iPad with like questions for the audience. Then let's see. Amazing. Thank you. Obrigada. Okay. So I'll start with like the first one here. DeepMind developed AlphaFold, which was recognized by the Nobel Prize. Has this development helped evolve other capabilities of the model?
Yeah, so we have a big science team at DeepMind, and actually I kind of glossed over that. I think our Gemini model gets all the attention, but the original vision behind DeepMind when it was founded, our founders wanted to build this AGI system for the purpose of really accelerating knowledge discovery and scientific progress. Like that was like kind of the big goal. So science has always been a big part of DeepMind and applying AI to different scientific disciplines. We have a team in London that's trying to solve problems across genomics, biology, material science, weather. I mean, there's just a whole bunch of different domains where we're applying science to. And so AlphaFold was one of our biggest innovations, or maybe our biggest scientific innovation to date, where it's a model that lets you take an amino acid sequence and predict the 3D structure of a protein, which is if you're a biologist, that's a long-standing problem in biology. Scientists have been trying to solve that for decades. And we created an AI model that could actually solve that. And it has huge implications because in drug discovery, you're oftentimes trying to figure out what's the 3D molecule you need to create to basically match to a target. And so we now have millions of scientists around the world are using this tool. And we won the Nobel Prize in chemistry for it. Two of our DeepMind employees did for this. And I think it's going forward, you're going to see a lot of this was really the first time a Nobel Prize had been awarded to an AI team. But I think going forward, you're going to see a lot of prizes going towards researchers using AI to solve a particular problem. And so we took AlphaFold and some of the innovations from that. We actually spun off. We started a company around this called Isomorphic Labs, which we spun out of DeepMind. It's still an Alphabet company, and it's trying to use AI to advance scientific discovery. And their mission is to cure every disease, right? So we've seen a huge impact from it, and it's a really exciting time. I would say overall, that's going to be one of the biggest benefits from AI is our ability to better understand diseases, better treat diseases, and that's where that model was focused on.
Great. Next one is actually about the startups. Like considering today's startups, which types do you think will be disrupted by the models? And which ones do you think are going to remain with long-term value?
Yeah. That's a magic question. And even when I was a venture capitalist, I was trying to think about that. I give startup founders when this comes up, I ask them a question, and you all may have heard this before, but when you think about the models that we're building or that other AI labs are building, you can just assume the models are going to get better, and they're going to get cheaper, and they're going to get faster over time. So you should ask yourself the question, does that benefit your startup, or does that hurt your startup? And if it's going to hurt your startup, then you should probably pivot to something else, right? Because it's almost inevitable that this progress will continue. But in that, there's a DeepMind. There's so many different problems that can be solved with these models. We're not trying to launch product experiences in every single vertical, every single domain, right? It just doesn't make sense for us to do that. There's a few verticals where we've gone deeper, but for the most part, everything's just kind of greenfield for startups to basically figure out, where's a problem that you can solve, and then just assume these models are going to get better and cheaper over time. I talked to a lot of startups, and I was talking to one startup recently, and they're building agents to automate some tasks in healthcare, and they're taking like really rote, manual, repetitive tasks that humans are doing today, and they're trying to automate that so that humans can focus on higher value activities. And their agent is now able to successfully do those tasks, which is great. The problem was the companies are paying something like $20 an hour to people to do these tasks, but the agent inference costs $30 an hour. So it's actually more expensive to use the AI agent than it is to hire a human to do it. But what I told this company is, well, fast forward a year, and these agents are going to be a lot cheaper. And so, it is going to make sense, right? So you just got to assume that trajectory is headed that direction.
Yeah, no, definitely. I would never bet against the models. I think. Okay, and the next question is more about like integrating. Like, what products do you, what mistakes do product teams make when trying to integrate with LLMs, and what are the common mistakes that people make when they're trying to integrate and use LLM in their work?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things. One is, and I mentioned this earlier, you should always be on the latest and greatest models, like the day they launch. You shouldn't be 6 months behind or 3 months behind. And so I see, some teams are just kind of slow to adopt the newest models. The second thing, I think you should be really careful about fine-tuning. I think a lot of startups want to fine-tune models for their specific problem. And the problem with fine-tuning is, one, it's a lot of work. Also, then you end up behind the latest version of the model. Because the latest version of the model comes out, you got to redo all your fine-tuning work. And what I've typically found is that if you find you can get a lot out of prompting and context engineering and orchestration around AI models to get them to do what you need to do, that would be my first path. If you need to fine-tune, I would run a test. And if your fine-tuned model generates 50% greater performance than the model out of the box, then that's probably a good thing. If it's generating a 5% incremental performance, or it's negative, that's a bad thing. You shouldn't be doing that, right? And so I think as these models are better at instruction following, they're better in terms of their capabilities, I think the need to customize and fine-tune the model's gone down.
Great. The next one is actually about how do you balance rapid interaction with safety and reliability? And I think how should they think about this as well?
Yeah, responsibilities in our mission statement at DeepMind, and like safety is paramount. So we think about it in terms of our architectures from the ground up. Our models are meant to be safe. We do extensive testing and red teaming. We look to see how models are being used. That we use that to iterate and improve our safety. As a result, we may be a little more cautious than some other AI labs in terms of our, when we're deploying certain capabilities. But it's super important for us, and I think it's super important for anyone building an application around AI. I think from whatever problem you're trying to solve with these models, you should think about safety from that aspect and how you want these models to be used, and how you want to make sure they're not being used, and you should build that into your product experiences, right? I mean, I think it's a kind of a shared responsibility across the ecosystem.
Definitely. And next, we're actually almost in the end. Let's see how much time I have. But this one is about mental health. Google is heavily investing in artificial intelligence to address global mental health challenges. What do you think is the future of mental health powered by AI?
Yeah, I think, I would step back and say more broadly, healthcare and AI, mental health being one aspect of it. I think these models can be incredibly powerful tools. I mean, you're seeing, speaking of the startup landscape, there's a really popular startup called Open Evidence. There's a few others that some of you may have heard about, which provide a tool that allows doctors and medical professionals to use these models to get the latest information about whatever research, medical research is out there. And one problem for doctors today is it's very hard to stay on top of the latest and greatest because there's constantly new studies coming out, new publications, and the old model was kind of physicians would go to regular, continuing education type events once a year to learn, but it's just what's happening is just moving too fast. And so this tool leverages large language models, allows a doctor to easily, based on a patient's situation, get great insights and diagnosis with the latest medical research. And so as a result, this tool has just become incredibly popular with physicians in the U.S. And ideally, it's leading to better medical outcomes. So you're starting to see these types of tools proliferate for the providers. And then on the consumer side, just like people turn to Google to do research on conditions and symptoms, people are using these large language models to do that as well. And so it's a use case we think is really important. And we're spending a lot of time to make sure our models give really accurate information. We steer people to medical professionals, right, rather than doing diagnosis. It's going to be one of the most important use cases and benefits from this AI, especially when you think about all around the world, there's a shortage of doctors and medical professionals. And so if you can give people better information and sort of democratize access to that, it's going to have powerful implications.
Great. And in respect of time, I'm going to do just the last question because I think it's very interesting. How do you see the human-work relationship 20 years from now?
20 years from now.
I don't know. That's what they said. You can think a little bit 10 years. I think I would take it.
So I think there's a lot of fear out there about AI completely disrupting the labor market, and I'll tell you, I have a very optimistic view of this, of the future with AI. I think what you'll see happen, first of all, I think it'll be incumbent on people to adopt these AI tools that can make us incredibly more productive and efficient. And as a result, I think there's professions like software engineering. A lot of people think that software engineering jobs, you shouldn't study computer science, those jobs won't exist anymore. But I take the view that I think if you look 5 years from now or 20 years from now, you'll have many more software engineers than you have today. What software engineers do in their day-to-day will be different, right? They may not be writing code, they won't be writing code, but they'll be orchestrating agents, right? That'll be doing the work, they'll be building things. And I've never seen a company that had enough software engineers. So if you can make these software engineers much more productive and increase the ROI on it, companies will hire more of them. So the other thing is I think you're gonna see new types of jobs created that don't exist today, that this technology will enable. And those new jobs, sometimes it's hard to envision what those jobs would be. And the example I use for this is YouTube. I think YouTube announced recently on one of our earnings calls that they had paid out something like $100 billion over the last 4 years. YouTube had to YouTube creators, right? And as like sort of an advertising rev share, which is pretty extraordinary. Like that's a huge business. There's millions of people whose full-time living is just being a YouTube creator. And 15 years ago, that wasn't a job. Nobody thought of that job or thought it would be happening, but it is a job today. And typically when you look at past technology transformations, the new jobs are created much faster than the old jobs are displaced. And there certainly will be some jobs that will be displaced where you do not need a human to do this anymore. Just like, 40 years ago, there were millions of people that were telephone switch operators, right? And so it's important to find ways to transition those people to new things. But I think we're going to see an explosion in new types of industries, new jobs, new categories, right? A lot more productivity. So I think in 20 years from now, it's going to be a pretty exciting time. And optimistically, maybe we're only working 4 days a week, because which is more time to consume content generated by AI.
Amazing. No, I agree. I'm also very optimistic. Great. Thank you very much, David. It was a pleasure to have you here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Can you team this?
Yeah.
Should we go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Well, the amazing conference app, thanks again, Johan, Thiago, wherever you are, said everything started at 8 a.m. Well, let me tell you something, that's a complete lie. It started at 2 a.m. in a group chat with someone asking something like, wait, has everyone checked the speaker slides if they were sent to Google? Well, so before we close the conference, I need to say something. BSV is student-led, which means it's built by people with classes on Monday, exams on Tuesday, and a little bit of an existential crisis somewhere in between. We actually started planning this conference in August last year. That's a whole year for this to happen. Well, this is my second year doing this, so technically, I knew what I was getting into. But BSV keeps happening because a lot of people say yes and keep saying yes every year. So here's what I've learned in these 2 years. The people who make amazing things like BSV happen are not normal. They are remarkable. And that's exactly why this works. What probably you didn't see from the audience, the 11 p.m. spreadsheets, the very manual, very unglamorous gift back operation, the 100+ WhatsApp groups that I know everyone in the team has, the things that broke and got fixed before everyone noticed, that is what this team is about. And today, before we all go back to our wonderfully not normal lives, I want to make sure that the spirit of BSV and our mission is on the record. Can I ask everyone that is from the team, volunteers, board members, leaders, team leaders, who else? Board members, team leaders, everyone. Can I ask everyone to come here up on the stage, here? Just one thing. Please, just one thing. Please don't, please stay here. If the stage collapses, Amanda's gonna kill me and Google's gonna charge. Yeah. So, everyone is here. Oh, that's a lot of people. Come. Yeah. So, look at this, people. This is BSV. Not the schedule, not this amazing venue, not the slide. These people, almost 100 people, and every connection you made here today, every conversation that's going to change something for you, it only happened because each one of them show up and made it possible. Please give a round here. Amazing. Yeah, go.
And now, to the people who carried this team.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
Thank you so much to the BSV team. I'm going to ask our wonderful audience who's giving them a great standing ovation to just take a seat for a moment so that we can get our photographers to get a lovely photo without heads. Thank you so much, but I love the support.
And now, just before Beatrice can continue, can I ask the team just to open up a little bit so Beatrice everyone can see her now? Yeah, it's okay.
And now, to the people who carried this team, our board, and our leaders, you're going to receive something today that represents not just your work, but the work of everyone standing on this stage. I'd like our board to step forward.
Okay. Go.
Luciano Snell, Isa Canaza, Lari Galimberti, Robson Capasso, Bruno Rigonati, Ellen Kiss e Fé Lourenço.
Bruno.
And our leaders, the one I got to see up close this year. The pressure, the pivots, the moments where things weren't okay and you made them okay anyway. You didn't just lead a team, you protected one. Audience, Lari Calisto and Dani Santana. XP, Quero Prandini e Isadora Michelotto. Ops, Amanda Moraes and Mariana Alcântara. Content, Fabi Moreno and Giovanna Rabelo. Sponsors, Elis Kotoski and Victor Toros. Finance, Gianluca Moser and Mariel Soriano. Marketing, Carol Mariano and Bernardo Precht.
Peguem os seus aqui, gente, tá difícil.
Legal, Mirella Piestum.
Isa.
To every volunteer, every team member, every person who carried something, fixed something, or just showed up, this is yours too. BSV 2026 is a wrap, but the connections made in this room today, those don't wrap. Thank you for being here. Thank you for building this with us. And let's watch the closing video together.
Let's sit so that everyone can see. Yeah.
Gente, é muita gente.
Parabéns, adoro.
Mais de 900 convidados, 47 speakers, 53 alunos de Berkeley e Stanford construindo juntos para impactar o Brasil. Isso é o BSV 2026. Só resta uma pergunta. A gente se vê em 2027?
O BSV foi incrível, a maior audiência de todos os tempos. Muito animada pelo que vem por aí. Vai, BSV!
Mais um ano com muita conexão, muito conteúdo. Tá virando um hub de encontro. Todo mundo está me dizendo, as palestras são ótimas, mas o network que a gente faz aqui, eu não consigo fazer em um ano no Brasil.
Galera, BSV terminou e eu aqui já sem voz de tanta conexão que eu fiz hoje. Mas olha, um ano de trabalho, terminamos mais uma BSV incrível. Para BSV 2027, eu deixo vocês com a seguinte pergunta. A gente vai construir AI no Brasil ou vamos continuar exportando talento para construir AI em algum outro lugar? Vem para BSV!
Ali a foto. Ixi, eu não vou aparecer nem a pau nessa foto, bem baixinha.
Vai pra frente.
A gente agacha, Gente.
Tem que acender a luz da plateia.
Alguém pode... Alô, Google, por favor, acender a luz da plateia.
In English.
Ah, não era pra ser uma piada. Era tipo assim, hey Google,